Holy shit, that was loud. I gotta grease that. I wanted it to be ominous, but I felt like Captain Ahab doing that shit. Anyway, we're wading in to the dark and dangerous waters of streaming my normal shit while the Avatar early access is happening. Big thank you to the 4 people that will watch stream today instead of tapping into, oh, I don't know, Jim Davis or Veggie Wagon or My Girlfriend or Amy Amazonian or any of the other 1 million people who are streaming goddamn Avatar right now while I talk about Ko the Face Stealer. Hellcat, thank you very much for the tier 1 sub for the 6th month in a row. Hello Malik, hello Keyboard, hello a clever Kenku, thank you all for being here. Drivetrain, I know you're going today. I know that we have the actual Babadook who needs to go first because they have a hard out a little over an hour into stream. So we are going to start with them. We are going to be light on the vamp. The current order as I have it. Do I even have it? I do. The current order as I have it is Babadook, Drivetrain, Saber of Red, Elveril. I think there is one more person who is going today whose name I did not track down. DMC, thank you for the 100-bit cheer. Rereading Airbending. I've decided to try a few of them for my PNLR console deck. Seems strong. Yeah, it is pretty strong. It is going to be, I think a lot of the Airbending cards are going to be surprisingly good. Getting to reuse an ETB for 2 generic is like... It's hot. I'm so sorry for those noises, but that's how it is. That's the way the cookie crumbles, or the way the cookie is schlorped crazy style. Yeah, cast trigger is gonna go nuts. Enters trigger is gonna go nuts. Enters if you cast it. That is the person who's... Those are the cards who I think are gonna have like the most fun, because enters if you cast it those are the cards where all the ETB decks already want them, but the flicker decks haven't been able to use them because they're flickering, not casting. Hey Maul, are we ever gonna get a full Avatar set review since spoilers are done? Anime, you've outed yourself as not being in the Discord because we had one yesterday. We had one with 33 Elk yesterday. We weren't able to be live on YouTube because 33 Elk got the they got a front page promotion for YouTube, which is extremely cool and awesome for them. And also, you're not allowed to multi-stream if you have the front page promotion. So we did do it. It is going to the editor. It is going to get edited down. Stream lagging. Interesting. I mean, I'm at 0 drop frames, so I'm going to say that's where the lag is large. Oh, no, I can't blame this on Malik. Fuck. We may have to kill... Alright. Let's do things one at a time. We're going to kill the TikTok stream first. It shouldn't be because Z is streaming. I had to do like I have like 1 million windows going right now. No. There's some. It's not a Twitch side thing. Huh. What could be happening? Yeah, it could have been... I think it's possible that... Oh, it's still bad, but the... White Bread, thank you for catching 20 streams in a row. I appreciate that very much. Yeah, killing the TikTok stream may have been the ticket. I think the... Yeah, okay, so the speed test is fine. Another thing that could have kicked it in the ass is right before I went live, I had to upload a YouTube video for like pre-processing. And so my computer may not have been able to handle, yeah, it seems good now. My computer just may not have been able to handle uploading a YouTube video and streaming to 4 different platforms at once, which is honestly, that's my computer's fault. I want to apologize for that. So I think we're good now. I think YouTube is okay now. YouTube has gone from poor to excellent. The vertical canvas is also hooked up. We'll go live there. Now we'll see if this can work as well. We're going to try. I'm going to try being live on horizontal and vertical YouTube all at once. Jomi Bug says, life has turned me into a bit of a money pinata. LOL. My buddy has to change his car title because it's still in his ex's name since he bought it and he can't risk losing it. A homie hooked him up with a band and some change for that since he's broke. And today my roommate's car broke down and it was $200 just to start the diagnostic. I'm glad I'm able to help them though, and I know they're good for it. Jomi, I'm very glad you're able to help them while keeping yourself safe. I will reiterate the general heuristic. They are not good for it, my friend. They are not good for it at all. But I hope that your friends are the exception and not the rule. But I have had to learn that lesson many times over and over again in my life. If I lent a friend money, I gave that motherfucker money. And now I'm at peace with it. And now I don't do it unless I'm willing to give that motherfucker money. Starry-Eyed Nightwing, thank you for the tier 1 Twitch sub for the 9th month in a row. And I do agree with Dr. Ryan that like loaning your friends money is typically, it has only ever soured the friendship. So I would be careful with it. I do think it's very kind and generous of you to be a friend to your friends who are in need. But the people that I have given money to, it has never not changed the friendship. I'm only seeing vert. Okay, let me relaunch the horizontal YouTube. There we go. Should be good now. There are 2 sure ways to lose a friend. The first to borrow and the second to lend. Can't remember who that quote is from. Yeah, like, they paid me back tons of times already. They're genuine good for it, just a bit slow since they don't make as much. Then Jomi, a big congratulations on having the like 2 friends in the entire world capable of handling loans between friends. Because that's been such a difficult thing to deal with. Because there were even times where I was like, oh, it's fine, you don't have to pay me back, and they were still tweaking about it. Hello, fun. This is friendship. It's not parasocial. It's a real. I love you. You were the best man at my first wedding. Ko might be the most overrated card in the set. I agree. I do think seeing this man in the command zone is diagnosable. I gave a friend $1,000 once. We are no longer friends because they decided to ghost me for 5 months, even when I just called them to hang out. That happened to me too. It didn't happen in the exact same timeline, but I had a friend who was a coke addict. Should have been my first warning sign. But he was in a hard spot financially for something not to do with drugs. And I helped him out for around $1,000. And he was like, I'll pay you back. And he had like a pretty good job. So he got money pretty fast and he just spent it all on cocaine. And so a few months go by and I'm like, hey man, are you going to be able to pay me back at any point? And he was like, yeah. And this is a guy I had known for like years. This is an acquaintance who I hang out with sometimes. It was one of my roommates. I had known him for like 4 years at that point. We were pretty good friends. And I was like, okay, whatever. Um, and at one point, he like fell off the face of a planet for like 3 months. And he came back and he was like, hey man, I just want you to know I'm in rehab now, getting my life in order. I am going to pay you back. And I told him, dude, at this point, don't even worry about it. I'm not sweating the money. I'm very happy that you're in rehab. I'm very happy that you're getting your life back together. I just miss you. So whenever you're free to hang out, whenever you're together enough to hang out again and not do coke, I'm super happy to do it. Don't even sweat. And he was like, no, no, no. I'm going to get you the money. I need to hold myself to my word. And that was the last time we spoke in our life. And so I think that there's on top of coke addicts not the best at paying you back. Whatever. That's understandable. When you start, because of how fucked up the American economy and the American zeitgeist is when it comes to money and power dynamics, I think when you start to like help friends with large sums of money, it will always hang over the friendship. Because like I don't think he was like super fucking with me because I gave him the out. And I hadn't been like, once he went ghost off the planet, I hadn't been hitting him up or anything. So it wasn't like I was up his ass about seeing me or up his ass about getting me the money. I think it was genuinely he felt some type of guilt about that level of funds being transferred. What happened to No Vamp Let's Go? What happened to you being unbanned in this channel, Drivetrain? That's crazy. Stream Deck, become my blade once more. I have to Vine boom this man. Stream Deck, become my blade once more. Thank you. Dumbass. Idiot. Should have known better. Should have fucking known better. Alright, we're gonna go to the manual ad break, and then on the other end of it, we're gonna go into actual Babadook's deck roast. Anybody who I have caught doom scrolling in the vertical YouTube feed, please feel free to come to the horizontal YouTube feed or the Twitch feed where your chat will appear on screen and you can see more stuff. The same thing happened to me, Central Sanity. Yeah, like that's... It just like... Once the amount of help you give somebody makes them feel like they owe you something, I think it fucks the friendship up. Mauled, I had a thought I want your opinion on. Restrictions do not breed creativity. Restrictions highlight a desired outcome, and finding a way to reach that outcome gives the same dopamine hit as survivorship bias. I think you have a significant piece of it there, Gibbons. I mostly agree with that statement, and I think the issue is restrictions can breed creativity, but a really important part of a restriction being able to breed creativity is you need a pretty hard target. You need a pretty definite thing that you have to hit. Because if you have an outcome that you must reach, as you talked about restrictions highlighting a desired outcome, if you have an outcome that you must achieve, and then you put a restriction on top of that, then you can breed some creativity in the ways that you reach that outcome. But the reason I don't think restrictions breed creativity in Commander is because in Commander, you do not have a hard target. In Commander, most of the time, the hardest target you have is, I want a deck with Ko in the command zone. That is not a hard target. I also disagree that restrictions should start you off. A target should start you off. Always, always, always. Target over restriction. And so if you have a, like, if your only target is I want to build a red deck, and then you put a restriction on top of that, you're not breeding creativity. You're giving yourself you are breeding like maybe a little bit of novelty that you are going to delude yourself into thinking is creative. but I don't think it works to get real creativity. The way you get creativity is you have to have a hard target, and then that restriction will get you to be creative in your pursuit of the hard target. But the target has to actually have, like, you have to have some actual deliverables. How do we go to the horizontal YouTube stream? LOL. Irish Webster, if you jump to my channel, it should be on my channel page, or you can come to the Twitch stream, which is Twitch TV/MaldHound, or I will see here. I'm gonna publish in the vertical YouTube stream. I am pinning the link to the horizontal YouTube stream. The Duke of Ook, thank you for the 1,000-bit cheer. I quit Magic around the first Ixalan as I got disillusioned. You've gotten me back in, but I do feel a bit grim about this state of MTG. I only play with Commander Precons now as I am afraid to let the Sweat Beast back into my life. Should I stay the course or should I release the beast? So here's the thing, Duke of Ook. Releasing the Sweat Beast doesn't really work in Commander. The more Commander evolves, the more they are pushing it towards board game fun time. Taking it sweaty most of the time is going to be counterproductive to you enjoying yourself, because most of the brackets are geared towards giving you a D&D like experience rather than a competitive experience. So if you want to, I would recommend you release the beast on cards you want to play, but I wouldn't even try to release the beast on playing like grinder Magic. Because even like the people who grind CEDH tournaments, 90% of them are not happy. If you grind CEDH tournaments and you're in that 10%, hell yeah. Hell yeah, I appreciate you for that one. Or I'm rooting for you. I've spoken to these people. These people have been in my comment sections. I've seen them interact with other people. 90% of these people got bad fucking lives, man. Don't do it. So I would release your weirdo beast. I would get freaky with your decks. Build the stuff you think is hilarious. Build the stuff you think is cool. And, you know, play around with it. But I would be careful about how much product you buy. If you're just playing with friends, I'm a big advocate for proxying. So yeah, I wouldn't recommend releasing the beast on like, oh, I gotta win. I was gonna build that monkey that makes bananas. He is a fucking war criminal. He's actually, so I would just build that. Yeah, that's gonna be fun. It's gonna be fun. It's gonna be fucked up, but you're gonna enjoy yourself. Okay, and then again, for vertical stream enjoyers, there is a pinned link to get to the horizontal stream. Velox Scripter, thank you for the 3 months. Welcome back to the dog home. Am I awaited in dog heaven? Not yet. Not yet, but one day. Hello, Macy. My CEDH friend cannot lose a game or it ruins their evening. It's rough playing with them, TBH. See, like, those are the people that are having bad lives. That's crazy to me. That's fucking not even to no, the game selection is crazy to me. Why would you pick a game where the average win rate is 25%? Why would you pick a game where the goats of CEDH, like there is a debate about who is the real greatest CEDH player of all time, but anybody you are picking from, the best the win rate gets is like 45%. If you need to win to feel competitively fulfilled, why are you picking a game where your odds are worse than a coin flip? Holy fuck. And like I think you can play competitively and not need the win to be fulfilled. And I think that's how most of the better CEDH players are engaging with the game. But like, holy shit. Like, do you think Serena Williams would show up to a fucking tournament if she had a goddamn 45% chance to win a game? Hey, Maul, do you know if Moon Mist has gone up in price? I assume it has with the new Hangout. I would also assume so, but I don't check on any of that stuff. Yes, you saw that in our Discord with the announcement that I pinged everybody for. Or, well, so this is again, I'm going to talk about the fucking mailing list. I know that my organizational skills on stream often leave something to be desired. If you want to know what's happening on stream, there is a stream announcements channel in my Discord. If you don't give a shit about anything else, you don't have to pay attention to anything but that channel. And all it is the stream schedule for the week, if we have any special guests, if we have any special streams happening. So yeah, tomorrow there is no custom card stream. Tomorrow we were going to be doing the Avatar set review. The 3-minute ad break didn't go through, get laser beamed. We were going to be doing the Avatar set review. We're not doing that anymore because we did that yesterday. We're going to be doing XCOM tomorrow. Chris, we are doing it live. Seb, yes, this is one of the new Avatar creatures, and boy, is it a fucking cockhead. But we're taking a week off from the custom card streams because even though I vamp a lot, the custom card streams are historically the longest streams where I talk the most, and my jaw is the most fucked. Fun. We have 2 other time constraints we're fighting with, so I don't think you can be on today. Are you free this Sunday? I can lock you in. I can guaranteed lock you in this Sunday, and if you want to be floating, we can try to fit you in Friday. But Sunday's the first date where I'm like, absolutely 100%. Okay, absolutely 100% Sunday, noon to 4. If you have a time constraint on Sunday, let me know, and we can still change the order. Why can't I see the set review on the Red app? We couldn't go live on YouTube because Elk had front page promotion. And when you get to be on the front page of Twitch, you're not allowed to cross stream. Fun. Go with whatever's easier for you. I'm not sure how the schedule's going to shake out on Friday, so I can't promise anything on Friday. Irish, I'm getting through it. I think the hardest thing, and probably what I'm going to talk about this weekend when we do the next channel update, is like... No, partner, I'm doing good. Then hell yeah, brother. I think the hard thing right now is I have all these ideas for stuff that I want to do on the second channel, but the chronic pain issues are... I think it's a relatively tough week for that because I think the last 3 days I think I've been sleeping like 12 hours a day the last 3 days, and it just like doesn't do anything. Just not like not a single fucking thing. Well, I shouldn't say that because I've had periods like this happen before in my life, and when they happen before, I typically tell myself, okay, well, if sleep isn't going to be restful, then I'm not going to fuck around with sleeping this much, and I'm just going to sleep like 8 hours. And then I'll sleep only 8 hours, and it is so much worse. Like, I do know that sleeping too much can make you tired, oddly enough. I promise you, I've done the due diligence on trying to deal with this issue, and it is not something where, you're just sleeping too much. I have had times like this where I will not be rested until I'm sleeping like 16 to 18 hours a day, and I have to do that for like Well, it only has to be like 2 days that I sleep that much. But it typically takes like, yeah, hey man, if I sleep 6 hours in a night, you would never get another video out of me in my entire life. Never again. Like I would never be funny again in my entire life because I have tried many different sleep schedules. I have tried biphasic sleep. I have tried sleeping with no alarm. I have tried sleeping with a really tight alarm. I have tried those like figure out your real sleep need health tracking apps, and all of them boing flip instantly. So this week has been mostly difficult because it's like, half of my day is gone, and I feel as prepared for the rest of my day as if I was like sleeping 6 hours a day. Um, Dr. Ryan, thank you very much for that. I haven't gone to the doctor for it this time. I've gone to the doctor for it previously. Also, Burger King, thank you for the Prime sub. Welcome to the dog home. It's not insomnia. I have no trouble getting to sleep. I do think one thing I'm probably gonna bring back is one thing I'm probably gonna bring back is taping my mouth, because I do know that I mouth breathe when I sleep, and I know that historically when I have done things to keep my jaw closed, it does help me sleep a little bit better. I have gotten a sleep study done, and I got a CPAP from one of those like sleep mills that just tries to sell you shit, and the CPAP made it infinitely hard to sleep. I think I was like, that was a wild month. That was a wild month that I was trying to adjust to the CPAP. Yeah, platypus. Previously, I had a chin strap before that I used instead of mouth tape. But the Tim Holman, thank you very much for the Prime sub. Welcome to the dog home. So it will get better, but I typically the thing that makes it better is for like 2 days I have to do nothing but sleep. Yes, Babadook, I promise. We will get you for sure. I used to use those Breathe Right like nose strips in conjunction with the little strappy thing. So I think I am gonna reorder those and try to use those again. Flareon, we're just talking about random bullshit before we get into the decks today. Again, for sleep apnea, I got a sleep study done and they said I had mild apnea. It's like, yeah. So there's a little bit, but Z also reports that like I don't snore, I don't do that like holy fuck sleep apnea thing where people are choking, where you're going "Ugh." None of that happens. Could it be chronic stress? Almost definitely. I'm stressed out all the time, but in like a good and cool way. Do you still have tonsils? I don't think I do. You hype for the set, bro? Ed, yes. Elk and I did a set review of Avatar yesterday. The set looks dope as fuck. The only problem is the price. Um, so yeah, I have no trouble going to sleep. My sleep latency is typically like less than a minute. Like if I lay down, I'm out. You can give me 8 minutes on the clock to take a nap, and I will be asleep for like 5 of those minutes at least. Um, so I think more than anything, it's the neck pain because my neck hurts My neck and my jaw hurt all the time. Yes, I need to see a doctor about it. Yes, I'm going to see a doctor about it. But my neck and jaw hurts all the fucking time. And so if I was going to point at like one suspect, I don't think it's anything amorphous. I think it is, yeah, if you went to sleep with a sunburn or a cut on your arm and it was hurting the whole time you were asleep, that would impact your quality of sleep. So I think that's definitely part of it. And I think that if I was having some good I was having some good progress with all the neck pain recently, but again, like this week it's been rough. It's been rough. Do you sleep on your stomach? I have tried at this point, let me think. At this point, I have tried 9 different sleeping positions. Uh, Between most on my back, because I know that sleeping on your back is supposed to be the right way. Uh, but I've tried 9 different sleeping positions with different arrangements of pillows to try to find something that would make my neck not hurt. And none of it matters. Yeah, Dr. Ryan, I know that my lower back has some disc issues. I remember I got like the last MRI or X-ray I got, they were like, it's not horrible, but it's not good. Have you tried sleeping on the broken corpses of your enemies? Worked for my aunt. I will give that a shot, Iron. By the way, can you come over to my house later? Game Goose, I have tried no pillows. That was actually one of the 9 positions. Chris Hansen, thank you so much. That's actually been one of the things I have been working on the most is I want to have a good radio voice, because if you're going to be a Twitch streamer, or if you want to be a Twitch streamer like I do, you have to be able to speak in a way that will keep people listening for hours. And so I have actually, when I review my Twitch clips, I pay attention to my voice, and I'm like, could I listen to me for a couple hours? Yeah, so guys, don't worry about it. I'm gonna handle it. This is my problem. It's not your problem. And I think all of this stemmed from like how the free count videos have been going. And the biggest issue I've been having with the free count videos is I'm currently only getting 12 hours in a day, and those 12 hours are pretty goddamn rough right now. And I think I'll pull out of it pretty soon. I think probably like Thursday and Friday. I'm gonna try I'm gonna try to let myself sleep like for 18 hours a day. Um and that normally and that normally fixes it, cuz my body just gets to a place where all it wants to do all the time is sleep. And if I just let it, it gets tired of sleeping, and then it bounces back. So we just have to I just have to it's almost like, I think the best way I can liken it to is, when you were a kid and you swam in like a lap pool, and you weren't really strong enough to get out. Did any of you do the thing of, instead of scrabbling at the wall, you went to the shallow end and you like went down to the bottom so you could push off the floor to get a little bit more momentum, and then you use that to like jump out of the pool? That's what I have to do right now. Like, I think that's all that has to happen is right now my body's in the phase of, I'm scrabbling at the edge of the pool. I can't really get purchase. I can't really get enough momentum anywhere, and I just have to let myself go down so I can push off the bottom. Yeah, I grind my teeth and clench my jaw, Crimson, quite a lot. So I have a little mouth guard when I sleep as well. Okay. That's going to be the end of the vamping. If you're in the vertical YouTube stream and you're like, oh my god, this is awful, we have a pinned link to the horizontal YouTube stream. Alternately, you can come to Twitch TV/Malltown and you can get your chat on screen. And that'll be awesome. And we have a bunch of point redeems where you can highlight messages. We can do random smasher passes. We can do rants. I'll turn those on later. Does whiskey or weed have any effect? Oh boy, whiskey has quite an effect. That's why I'm sober. Oh, weed can like help me get to sleep, but I've found that like weed typically reduces my sleep quality as well, and so it's kind of a wash in the end because like I'm out, but I think I'm also getting deprived of good deep sleep because of the weed, and so by the time I wake up, I'm not, I have less like, I'll toss and turn in bed and I'll have less moments where I'm like waking up for a second because my neck hurts, but I'm not any more rested. So I don't really, so I do not self-medicate with anything like weed for sleep and now I haven't, check this calendar. I think I'm a little over 2 years sober now. I'm trying to build Indoraptor. Any tips? Wear a mask to the table so that when they call the police on you, they can't give any identifying descriptors. Okay. No more ado. Actually, one more ado. Best commander from the set, Firelord Azula. Next question. Alright, now we're going to go to the actual Babadook's commander deck. Let's see what they've sent in for us today. This says, silly comma spooky, big evil spells, supervillain type beat. Welcome to my evil lair. I have no idea what the emojis are for. This is brain rot evil. Ah, Captain Baldhound, I see you found my lair. I'm sorry to say you're already too late to stop what's coming. You see, I've harnessed the power of rapid hair loss, and in 30 minutes' time, every last hound will be transformed forever into hairy green beasts. Then I alone shall rule the stream and server. I will become Maldhound, and you will become the Grinch. That's the opposite of hair loss. That's hair gain. So we're gonna deduct 1 point from the monologue for giving me the opposite outcome that you want. If we're gonna be evil, we gotta be precise. If we're gonna be evil, we have to be precise. Okay, so we have Cormella. This is a very fun commander. This is a mana dork for instants and sorceries, and when she dies, you get to recur an instant or sorcery. So we want to have a bunch of crazy expensive, crazy mean stuff. The big red button. Good start. That is fine. That's fine. That's fine. Sure. Yeah, that'll fucking work. World Pert. This is not... Okay, alright, we have a hybrid mana enjoyer. We've got a fucking hybrid mana enjoyer. 8 mana sorcery. Return all permanents to their hand. Each player chooses up to 7 cards, then shuffles the rest into his or her Come on, dude. Not I swear to God, I say this to every up-and-coming supervillain. Your big evil plan cannot be purgatory. We have to do bad things to people. We have to do bad things to people. Soft resetting the game is not a bad thing. It's an annoying thing. You are the This is fucking... This is like the Kim Possible bad guy of villains. This one's good, though. The Fiery Explosion. Okay. Keen Duelist, Parker Luck. Throwing around a little bit of damage. I do like the reveal stuff. Mixed Eclipse, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Welcome to Dog Heaven. I do like the reveal. I think that works pretty well for I'm a supervillain angle, because you can reveal, you can show them your evil plan. The Goons. Holy fuck. Holy fuck. The Hitmen. Alright, this is just removal, that's fine. The Lair. The Legion of Spies. These are good tags. The Schemes. Oh, I like these. Okay, Dance with Calamity's good. Rite of Replication's awesome. Breach the Multiverse, Blatant Thievery, hell yes, you a bitch. The Super Villains. Let's talk for a moment. Let's talk for a moment about what's going to happen to you when you play this deck. I'm almost loving it. I'm almost loving it. However, when I look at when I see Krark, Magar, Kess, another fucking copy idiot, Alania, Chandra, Melik, Jingataxis, this is the cast of a movie called The Anti-Avengers as scripted by ChatGPT. All right? That's what it is. I'm going to be honest with you. This is a pack of dumbasses. This is a sack of assholes. I refuse to believe anything in this section actually functions. This section is just doesn't say copy. It's in the deck. Is the salt score above 50? It's in the deck. No more questions. No more questions. We're the Justice League's sister organization, the Dipshit League. The Fucko Brigade. That's us. Wonderful sideboard. Okay, so I like most of what we're doing here, though. But it copies stuff, and if stuff big, then copy good. That is mostly true. What I dislike about this from a supervillain angle is you are Dr. Draken. You are Dr. Draken, and you are giving the vibe of supervillain that wants to be stopped in like a weird masochistic way. You're giving the vibe of, I break into your evil lair, and what do I find? I find you going, ha ha ha, it's too late. I've already built 8 death rays, and when I build the 10th death ray, I can take over the world, unless... You can never stop me, hero. My balls are made of steel, and it will not hurt me if you kick them, unless... That's what I'm getting. Like, Doofenshmirtz. So that's what you want the deck to be, perfect. But I do think there's a difference between effective supervillain and Dr. Doofenshmirtz. And this is very Dr. Doofenshmirtz, because we're trying to stack a relatively greedy thing, which is let's look at this curve. All right, Gordon Gekko-esque curve, beautiful. Wolf of Wall Street-esque curve. So we're trying to stack a pretty greedy thing, which is I'm going to play a 4-mana dork in the command zone. I am playing 4-mana ramp in my command zone. So I have to go from 4-mana ramp to a 7-mana spell. And then but now I want to go from that, instead of going straight from my 4-mana ramp to my big spell, I have to go from 4-mana ramp to I play a copy supporter. There's some of these that I would be more inclined to believe in. Like Nightscape Familiar, amazing, right? Not a difficult sell at all. The Instant and Sorceries Reducers, not a very difficult sell at all. Vivi is obviously a broken fucking card, and so if you play Vivi, you sort of mandate that the table removes Vivi. But we also want to think about our cost reducers in the context of what is the percentage of cost that we are getting reduced. Because if you have a cost reducer and you're playing a bunch of 2-mana spells, wow, you're getting all your shit for 50% off. That's so cool, King. You're playing like 7 to 10 mana spells. You have like an 8% off coupon. We have what? We're getting 11% off our mnemonic deluge, which is pretty rough. Like you're getting a Capital One promotion. instead of actual tax fraud. All right, summon the pack, whatever. That's funny. Um, I think also notably what I dislike about something like World Purge. I understand that this is the Doofenshmirtz angle. This is the big evil plan that you're telling the table. You need to stop me before I do this. I think if you're going to do something like that, the thing, like, you need to win. It needs to win, or it at least needs to be positive for you. This, and also, you need to not be incentivized to play it. If it's going to be like, this is the big silly card, but I'm okay with this being dead in my hand if it's not appropriate to cast it, that's whatever. World Purge is like right in the overlap of, if I play this, it's going to hurt me the most because my deck requires the most setup at the table. So it's going to fuck me over the most. And I am probably incentivized to play it because if I am behind on board, it is still worth it to do. I agree with the sentiment. It should be horrifying, not annoying. Or if it is like annoying and stupid, it should at least be something you're comfortable never playing. And so I do think this is inferior to the classic Worldfire play. That's the classic villainy. Worst Fear is fine. Clone Legion, great. Soulfire Eruption, awesome. Expropriate, Mnemonic Deluge, big evil villain shit, awesome. Same goes for Blatant Thievery. You're a bitch and you know this. You are a bitch who shouldn't be allowed outdoors or indoors. I'm gonna put you in a basement and I'm gonna put a lock on it. This card's pretty cool though. What does Wit's End do? That's rude as fuck, but I would laugh. I would laugh. Army of the Damned is fine. Cruel Entertainment is fine. Now, this is a deck where Arcane Bombardment might actually work, which is fucked up to say. Okay, but Double Vision. This is the type of card I am going to take the greatest issue with. The world in which you play Double Vision is I have done nothing for 4 turns. I have maybe played a cost reducer. On turn 4, I've played my commander. I then skip turn 5 as well to play a copy engine. Same goes for something like Cursed Recording, Alania. Hess is pure cope. This is pure, you just grabbed like top 10 highest paid Grixis movie stars off of IMDb. Assume I'm dumb as shit. Why Arcane Bombardment bad? So Noose, Arcane Bombardment, typically bad because it takes a lot of setup for highly variable payoff. For Arcane Bombardment to do anything, you need to have a graveyard that is full of instants and sorceries. You need to spend 6 mana to play this enchantment, and then after that, you can begin getting your value, but you have no idea how good that value is going to be unless you're also committing a lot of other resources to sculpting your graveyard. Sosa, I have made a short on Kalia the Vast already, so I think you can check that out on my channel. I don't think we need Rakdos Kefka, although he would be funny. But I doubt we can ramp into Rakdos Kefka because we only have ramp for our commander. Like, let's see how this goes. Let's see how this goes in the playtest. Let's see, 1 land and a bunch of uncastable spells. Seems pretty normal for the deck. Is Magar okay? Probably not, because you're never going to... Oh, no, that's fine. I thought he had a mana value restriction on him. He's okay, yeah. Really, I think the broad rule I would go with for this deck is your most expensive setup piece should be your commander. If you are spending, like, maybe you can have, if there's something really good, it can be tied with your commander. But our commander, that is the big, narratively, we need to think about casting Cormella is the supervillain revealing themselves and setting their plan into motion. And so if we have the supervillain reveal themselves and set their plan into motion, the plan needs to begin happening immediately after that. Whereas right now, let's see, we surveil 1. We unironically need this land on top because we're not going to hit any ramp, and nothing in our hand matters until we get Cormella. So we go to turn 2. We play this. We can Arcane Denial something if an important spell gets cast on turn 2. We play a cost reducer. Do both of these always enter tapped? We'll pay 3. We get Cormella, and things cost 1 less. Big evil plan, now been set into motion. So she's 2 positive, so we can cast a 7 mana spell this turn. Which we don't fucking have. We have 8 and 9. So I will do more setup. No, because this is going to be hard to guess. I will do more setup. Wahoo! I'm the fucking GOAT. And I have no lands in hand, so... Okay, God bless. I think that gets us to 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and then cost reduce. So now we get to Dance with Calamity. That's fun. The big upside of Dance with Calamity is we're gonna deal 8 to somebody on turn 6. That's villainy. It's just not super villainy. So we have Toxic Deluge, which we don't want to cast. And then we hit this. So we take this. All right. It's the gambling worked. We have 13 2/2s. And now we're done because the average CMC of this deck is like 5 or something. And now we hope to God they do not board wipe us. We pray and we get on our knees and we ask very kindly that they do not board wipe us. And then we cast Expropriate. And then we probably win. So my newborn cries every time I put you on. That's appropriate. I hate children. And they recognize that and they return that energy because kids are very empathetic. That's very real of your child, Midas. I would nurture that youth. They're highly intelligent. Yeah, they could board wipe us, we don't care. Army of the Damned in our graveyard is pretty neat. So what I want to impress upon you, this is a good run out. This is nice. Anybody denies this is nice, they are liars who just like cannot feel joy. They don't want to have an expropriate resolved against them, but nobody does. Also, people don't want to get hit in the face, and MMA is still a popular sport. What's important about this playthrough, we didn't copy a goddamn thing. We didn't play double vision. We didn't bombard somebody in an arcane manner. We didn't even get to play Return the Favor, which I would recommend you keep in the deck because it's relatively efficient. So what I dislike the most, but imagine 5 expropriates. Imagine 1! But I don't get about you people. Every goddamn supervillain deck I see is a poor person's idea of a rich person. I don't need 5 expropriates. If I get 1, I own your home. And so, if you... So here's the thing. We're going to talk about it from a deck building cost angle. If you want the goal of the deck to be, I'm going to cast multiple copies of a spell that is costed in such a way that I normally only get 1, we have to commit a lot of the deck to that copying and then the finding of the efficiency of the effective spell. Definitely not going to be efficient. We do not have room to copy reliably, ramp reliably, and get a bunch of different evil spells, which is currently where you're at. You are a supervillain with unmedicated ADHD, and you are low functioning. That's not gonna work. So if you want the goal to be, I want 55 expropriates, 55 french fries, 55 of your permanents, and I want you all to scoop when I put 10 expropriates on the stack, we can do that, but Dance with Calamity has to die. We can do that. Stuff like Army of the Damned, probably going to die. Stuff like Vile Smasher the Fierce is probably going to die. Because all the cards that we need to set up the 55 expropriates, their slots are being taken up by this random bullshit go energy. We can't be having that. Good supervillains have plans. They got plans, they got ideas, they have schemes. The Joker had a plan. Mostly. So I do think this deck is perfectly capable of playing good games of Magic. I think it's genuinely funny. If your table is okay with spells like Expropriate, this is a pretty goddamn hilarious deck to be playing. But right now I think we're caught between two worlds. We're caught between the two worlds of I'm going to cast a different fucked up spell every turn, and I'm going to copy one fucked up spell 10 times, and it's going to make you scoop. And those are two very different things. And you don't have to, you do not have to totally cut off the other plan. Because you could keep like, Galvanic Iteration. If it's like a 2 or 3 mana rider to copy the spell, it's possible. So I'm not going to recommend stack-based copying. I'm going to recommend choose if you want copies or choose if you want a rogues gallery. That's the way to... Do you want 55 clones of the Joker, or do you want every Batman villain to jump your table? I want a gallery. If you want a gallery, then I'm going to recommend less copying. The copies that I think you can keep if we want a rogues gallery are, you can keep Return the Favor, because Return the Favor is a pretty useful redirection spell anyway. I want to just hate on her. I want to just hate on her because I hate Planeswalkers. I'm 50-50 on Chandra because she at minimum has other things you can do. There's other value you get out of Chandra than just the copying. I would recommend instantly getting rid of Double Vision, Arcane Bombardment, Alania, Zongor Shaman, and Kess Dissident Mage. Flare of Duplication you can keep. Kark the Thumbless you can keep. Chandra at minimum does draw you or ramp you for 6 goddamn mana, which is mana and again, if we have 6 goddamn mana, that means we had 8 mana with our commander, which means we should have been casting some fucked up win the game spell. Yeah, Melik dies too. Melik would die too. So you can keep Kark, you can keep Return the Favor. God, cursed recording is awful, but I do want to let you keep at least one of these goofy ass cards. I low key Jay Arlington, thank you so much for the raid, my friend. Let me get that shout out going. We're currently looking at a super villain deck that right now is looking a little bit more like normal villainy, but we're fixing it up for him. Hey man, I'm trying to build a pirate deck with Breaches and Malcolm, but no infinites, just like a fun Kindred. What do you recommend? I think it's going to be tough to do with Breaches and Malcolm because they have a very, very strong reputation. I would just, hey man, play creatures, hit people. Hey man. Add Kefka? Loki might be doable. I hate that you're right, but you might, when you're right, you're right. And every deck needs a good twink. So let's talk about, also Drag Queen in Space, thank you so much for the Prime sub. Welcome to the dog home. Okay, we got to go sooner. So let's tie up the recommendations. So we kill these idiots. I kind of like Jin Gitaxias because what I want to posit to you is the 4 mana zone should be controlled by your commander. We're not doing man-to-man coverage. We're Grixis. If we go man-to-man, they're going to put us to the ground and pound us. We're doing zone coverage. The 4 mana zone has to be controlled by Cormella. If you go, so the lower mana zone can be controlled by setup pieces and things we're throwing on top of our commander spells. The 7 mana zone can mostly be controlled by things that we want our commander to ramp us into. But what the 7 mana zone can also be controlled by is it's late game. They've killed Cormella 4 times because they know what I'm up to. I need other 7 mana villains to drop. I need other like 7 mana Doofenshmirtz creations that I can play in a vacuum and they will just work with the deck. And I actually think Jin Gitaxias does that. I think Grixis Kefka and Rakdos Kefka both do that. Kefka's 5 mana, but he's so goddamn good you'd play him for 8. And Dancing Mad is that same thing of like 7 mana, something funny is gonna happen. Something funny is gonna happen. I don't need my commander. I don't need any synergy pieces. I'm gonna have a good time. I would low-key say, don't even make these slots more responsible. Make them less responsible, but make them require less support. Mono Red Atali is unfortunately complete dog ass. And then I think what you could also do with is, this is gonna sound boring. This is the responsible part. More pre-commander ramp. I don't think your card draw is actually that bad. God bless you for maintaining stock up so I don't have to Vine Boom you. But like Lorien Revealed, good. Stock up, good. Duelist, Parker Luck, Sin Prodder, good engines. Shark Typhoon, good way to eat some ass. Uric Lucas, thank you for joining the dog home on YouTube. So I would take those slots and get fucking World Purge out of here. But so I would take these like medium value copy slots and I would turn them into big in case of emergency shitheads, and turn them into like mana rocks and turn them into like, hey man, if there was ever a deck that could play a Worn Power Stone, it's fucking you. This is the jewel you got from your auntie that, you know, you wore it to school one day and the bullies pushed you into the mud for dressing like a girl, and that's what made you break bad. Villain origin story right here. Honda Civic. I mean, Thrawn Dynamo competes with your commander, which is a little bit rough. So I don't know about Thrawn Dynamo. But like Worn Power Stone, The cost reducers could become mana rocks. I don't think they like 100% have to, because it is nice. It is nice when you can use a cost reducer to jump block something. But yeah, take that section, make it ramp, make it a rogues gallery, and your rogues gallery, like the Riddler has to not need the Joker cupping his balls to do his thing. 100%. Okay? If we're going to have the Riddler, we're going to have the Joker, it can't be yaoi. Has to be straight up villainy. And then I think you have a very excellent time. Now, you can like, there can be situations where yaoi does happen. Like, they can work together. Yes, no codependency. They can work together sometimes. And it can be like, it can work better when they're helping each other, but we don't want them to be codependent. You could Mazzolanti. I don't think it's necessary. More like the Rizzler, am I right? We unbanned you, Drivetrain. Why are you doing this? I'm sorry, guys. There's only one Rizzler, and it's me. Okay? I need you to... They already cast one of my many white man brothers. One day, this cosplay will happen, and I'm gonna make it look excellent. You could Astro Cornucopia. I also am not convinced. I'm also not convinced that that's necessary. So Babadook, oh, we gotta get that out of here. I think this is pretty good. I think, genuinely, my feeling on this deck is you're a villain, all right, just not a super one. And we can make this a super villain deck where it feels awful to play against in a good way, and you get to execute a little bit more consistently than having to be Dr. Draken blowing your own balls off for the bit. So thank you very much for submitting. I hope you enjoyed. Have a good day. We're going to the manual ad break, then we're going to Drivetrain. I'm sorry, Mauled, you can't be the Rizzler with that 5 head. Dog. Can't be? It's a goddamn qualification. It's a goddamn qualification. The man has 5 on it. That man's got a lethal headbutt and he looks fire. All right, while we are in the manual ad break, did I start it? No. We're going to start the manual ad break. While I'm in the manual ad break, I'm going to urge, beg, and give little kisses to the YouTube vertical stream. Please come to the horizontal YouTube stream or come to Twitch so that you can see the entire stream so that your chat can appear on screen. The horizontal YouTube stream is pinned in the vertical YouTube stream. So if I caught you doom scrolling, come on over. Or come to Twitch where you can join Noose and Segan with their Prime subs. Thank you all very much. And I do have a positive announcement on that front. I was wrong about the numbers. We did get me the 70-30 split as a result of the subathon. So thank you all very much. Anybody who swapped to a tier 1 sub to help me get that revenue split, go back to Prime. Go back to Prime. Thank you for the $10 you contributed to that fund. I now get more money from Jeffrey Bezos for the entire year. Tier 1 subs dead now. You unneeded. Give me those Amazon Prime subs. So thank you all very much. I do appreciate that. That is like a 16% increase in my Twitch revenue, which is like a 16% raise out of nowhere. Thank you all so fucking much. I went to check the numbers because we talked about it on stream Monday, and I was like, damn, it really is fucking crazy. I contributed nothing, wish I was in a better spot. That's not true, Gravity. If you're in here and you are commenting, you contribute more to this channel than 99% of the people who watch it. Not even in the world of people who watch it. If you are not in a place to contribute financially, don't feel bad for a fucking moment. If you're not in a place to contribute financially and you prefer to lurk and you prefer to not chat, don't feel bad for a fucking moment. You've made the number go up. And the entire life I live right now is only possible because number went up. Because number of people watching went up. Because number of people liking went up. Because number of people commenting went up. Do not worry about it. It is more than good enough. I am grateful to every single one of you. Educated Morons asking, how do I get my deck reviewed? There are 3 ways. You can either get a free deck review at the beginning of every month. We raffle those off on Twitch. It's happened for this month. The next one is the first weekend of December. You can buy a commission off of Ko-Fi at the beginning of every month. Those are sold out for this month. Or you can spend $500 to get your deck roasted instantly. What if I'm in a place to contribute, but I don't? That's actually some of the best feedback I can ever get. Genuinely. Not being sarcastic. I am not teeing you up for like a big judo flip. It is... I think some of the most useful feedback I can receive is from people who say, I like your stuff enough to watch it. I am in a place to support you more, but I don't really want to. Because that lets me know that I need to do better. It lets me know that I need to do better, but that I'm in the right zip code. And that's the difficult stuff to nail down as a creator. As a creator, you spend a lot of time wondering if people are going to fuck with what you're doing at all. And then typically, like, once people like you enough to watch the thing, it's really hard to tell what you're still missing on. And so Griswold, like, because being in the stream typically means that you like my content quite a lot. That's not me trying to be conceited. That is like, if the algorithm is serving you a live stream for me, it means you watch a lot of my stuff. And if you watch a lot of my stuff and you have disposable income and you don't want to spend it on me, that is a ripe position to be in. And so anybody, it will not make me feel bad. It will make me happy. It will make me excited. If you're ever like, man, I like your stuff, but not this one, big dog. Respect. Thank you. I need to know that stuff. Raddest Mage, thank you for the Prime sub. Welcome to the dog home. And Onyx Ghost, thank you for the Prime sub for the 3rd month in a row. And is that Shift 64 and Itzalar, thank you for the Prime subs as well. Welcome back. Welcome to the dog home, every one of you. I am also in that position. Good. Good. Some people just won't pay for anything that they can get for free, you know? I don't think that's a value judgment on you so much as a personal choice they make. That, I both agree and disagree with that, because I'm somebody who also, I spend money very, very frugally, but, you know, like, I spend money on Dropout. So I think it's good to know, it is good to know when you are in the hunt, because there is, I believe many others are at the point, if we like you enough to buy a deck roast, but not as much as the same 10 people are willing to pay $70 3 times a month. Yeah, there's definitely scales to it. Right, Dropout is peak and I'm trying to be peak. I'm not saying I'm at Dropout levels, but I'm saying that, like, I gotta find Dropout. And knowing that So yeah, it's really not a very deep point. But I mean, I just mean it to say it does not bother me. It does not bother me to know that somebody could spend money on me and does not. Where else am I going to go for correct Is It opinions? SMH. That's true. A lot of the other Is It players are propagandists. Hey, thank you, Brian. I mean, just me, don't judge yourself too harshly based on what people will and will not pay for, you know? Oh yeah, for sure, Irish. I don't take other people's spending habits very personally. Have you considered hiring Brennan Lee Mulligan to find Dropout? Nope. I can certainly not afford Brennan Lee Mulligan. Rar Total, thank you for the Twitch follow. MTG Nerd Girl, if you repent and admit the hybrid mana change is bad, I'll donate 5 right now. Chubbies, I'll do you one better and I'll ban you right now. Dumbass. Hybrid mana life for life, baby. Fuck you. Fuck you. Get the fuck out of my office. And then Drive. Are you still good if we start in the next 2 minutes? Alright, Chubbies, you're back. Be nice. Okay. So Brian Judge is asking, Nerd Girl and Veggie seem like good people. As best as I can tell, they are. They're very fun to work with. Have you and Z officially joined the team, or are you just sporadic contributors? So we have not joined Team Decked Out. I am a co-owner of the podcast, and so I get what is very little. Oh shit! I keep forgetting to do this. Okay, Decked Out has asked me to do this like 10 times, so we're gonna shill this, and then we'll move on to Drivetrain's Deck Roast. They are trying to get monetized on Spotify. To get monetized on Spotify, they need like followers and watch hours. And so if you already like the podcast, if you don't know what the fuck I'm talking about, don't worry about it. Peace and love. Keep having a good day. But if you already enjoy the Good Time Boys podcast, please try watching the next episode on Spotify instead of on YouTube. I know that's typically antithetical to how money works, but Spotify's RPM is like 6x. It is insane. Spotify, yes. I don't know why the fuck this is, but they told me about it. They told me that's why they're really trying to get monetized on Spotify so that Veggie can have lunch every day. Does Spotify have the video too? I think they can. I believe they can. Now, if you watch it, and the viewing experience is way worse on Spotify, don't fucking do it and tell me. I'll let them know. We'll figure out a fix so that there is at least like parity on how enjoyable it is to watch and listen to on both platforms. But I know that they are trying really, really bad, or trying very hard to get monetized on Spotify. And they're like, it's like the YouTube thing where you need so many hours of people having watched the podcast. Monetization on Spotify for the 24 cents per million views. Yeah, Bob, do you want the last comp I got, and this is from a different channel, so I'm not going to out who it is. Typically you will get between like $3 to $8 per 1,000 views on YouTube. Typically, depending on how many ad slots you get, depending on what services you allow to advertise on your videos. Like, I don't allow gambling to be advertised on my channel, and so I get a lower RPM than other channels, and so stuff like that plays into it. But typically you get like $3 to $8 per 1,000 views. The last comp I got from a peer on Spotify was $28 per 1,000 views. That's crazy. Yeah, holy indeed. Hence Hence why my fucking coworkers have been like, yo, dog, can you ask people to watch on Spotify? So Shrinkledink, that will be handled for you in the future by the collaborations section. There's going to be a section on my channel called collaborations where it is it's basically just a playlist of other people's stuff that I am on. You can choose what you have advertised on your channel. You don't get like fine motor control, but you can cross off some like big areas of advertisements. I think also, Chubbies, thank you so much for the $5 tip. I appreciate that generosity so much in the face of me being petty to you. I think you can like allow, or I think you can veto a couple, you can veto archetypes, you can veto niches. And when I got my channel monetized, the first thing I did was veto gambling. Because fuck that stuff. And so my channel, like, persistently... Oh, hell no, I didn't, Alec, man. Would you ever bring back the vamp clock? Yeah, you know what? I will. We're going to go to Drivetrain's deck right now, and then we're going to bring back the vamp clock after that. Thank you, Alec, man, for getting me back on track. Now, Drivetrain has a spooky deck. Welcome to Marika's Gym, where you either learn to fight or you get crushed. The champ herself, Marika, is here to beat sense into all of the puny commander decks of the world, so you better get with the program. The deck is all about getting Marika out as soon as possible and then protecting her when it's not her turn. It's also all about making her punch harder, faster, and better than ever. She has a stable of contenders who want to be as good at punching as her. There's also a decent amount of card draw. So get in the ring, take your fighting stance, and get ready for the champ to kick your teeth in. So with all that said, a lot of the time the deck plays less like Rocky 3 and more like the end of $1 Million Baby. The biggest issue I've been having with this deck is seeing Marika get removed over and over. And while the deck can work without her, when I get enough devotion on the field for an indestructible god, it can be a bit frustrating. I'm hoping we can find some good changes to let the champ do her thing more reliably, or let the deck function a bit more smoothly if she's not on board. Okay, so we have a movie star being targeted by assassins. Is that what's going on here? The beatings will continue until morale improves. Where are you beating me, though? Because morale could improve pretty quickly. We have a 7/4. She's 5 mana. Expensive contenders. Oh, Jesus. Why? Why? No, dude! We got 6 cosplayers and a fucking short king. More like a prince. Maybe just a cousin of royalty. Just fall over already. Alright, real. I like it. This is a good contender. Painful Lessons. Oh my god. Best card draw in the game. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Cap, frankly. I can't believe I'm going to say this. This is great card draw. This is copium. You are huffing something different on this one. Rigged fights. Dope. Arena's funny as fuck. The old 1-2. There's a lot of goddamn fight spells. Training for the championship. Dope. Okay. Winnings are for winners. This is a healthy amount of ramp. Everyone's going to be like, wow, that's so much 1 mana ramp. This is a normal amount of ramp. This is a healthy curve to the left. That's true. You force them to block. Yeah, Death-3 Ritual's fine. Alright, so let's take these problems one at a time. None of your contenders have real potential, I don't think. Xenagos kind of. I think the most important part of managing the threat profile of a deck that has a giant woman who's going to beat you to death is the other things you lay down have to be as threatening as her. Like, you need a Vivi in the 99. So I think the creature I'm going to focus on the most is Glissa. This is the level of runner-up that we want. We want a second stringer who, if you remove Marika and I get to have Glissa on the field, sure. I get to put Buster Sword on Glissa, whatever, man. I don't give a fuck. Now, what I do think that changes is Glissa is much worse at fighting. Glissa's really good at dealing her damage to a different creature, but she's very, very bad at fighting. So if you want these to all be fights, that will restrict the type of creatures we can pick. But if I were to talk about, like, off the dome, who else is a creature people really don't want to leave alive because your combat step is going to get really fucked up? Show me the mole man from Bethel, Ohio. It's Ansrag. This is the motherfucker. This is the bitch. This is the type of creature where if we go, what, turn 3? Yeah, turn 3 Ansrag, and somebody's holding removal to deal with a turn 4 Marika, they're going to shoot Ansrag. And then you have a free and clear Marika. And unfortunately, one of the things that you'll probably have to soften up on to make this deck work better is we gotta let Marika do her thing without so much external assistance. She's already a generational athlete. She does not need this much exogenous testosterone in her body. Because she's already going to force a block, I just don't think we need to have this many fights. We can still have some. We can definitely have the repeatable ones, like Nayeth, especially because Nayeth is going to make you draw cards as well. Like Gimli's Reckless Might, both a haste enabler and a repeatable fight. I would say you can drop the single target non-repeatable fights. And you can drop those for things that are going to give you a really America-sized threat profile. So the ones you can keep are, well, unless you happen to be playing a commander deck in a pod full of NASCAR racers, the vehicle side's probably not going to matter. But like Bushwhack, maybe you need to fix a color, sure. Even things like Longstock Brawl, the ones I would give you are, if you get to put a counter on, sure, that is a non-zero benefit. A counter is a non-zero benefit. Trample is a non-zero benefit. A repeatable fight is a non-zero benefit. But Prey Upon, Primal Might, Rhino's Rampages is doing what your commander's doing, but smaller. Plow Through, Tail Swipe. Those are the ones that can probably go. The ones that you get to keep on lands, also fine. Who cares? It's a land. Nobody's looking. When the IRS audits you, that's just real estate, baby. And then I would keep the ones we can repeat. And the ones we can't, we gotta have motherfuckers like Zopandril, probably threatening enough. This guy's an 8/12. Tail Swipe is instant removal though. Who cares? I'm removing you at sorcery speed with a hammer. It's also notably only instant removal if you own your commander, and I can't help but notice that you have left off a lot of other instant speed removal. And so that might be a situation where, you know what? The champ might fight really well. I'm pretty sure Mike Tyson also owns a gun for home defense. I think I spelled this wrong. So if it's part of the bit, that America, that your only removal is going to be America based, then yes, keep it in, because we do want to have something to do at instant speed. But otherwise, I think we're trying too hard to double dip on what America can already do really well. And these slots could either be more ramp, they could be recursion, they could be other creatures like Anzrag. We have also pretty notably left off the ability to ramp on 3 mana, which is crazy for a deck that wants to count to 5 as quickly as possible. We don't have the best elf in the fucking game. You smoking crack? Urik, thank you for the $5 super chat. What are your thoughts on commanders that can evade commander tags like Darigraz Reincarnated? I think that not all those commanders are made equal. And when you have something like Yuriko, it's a fundamentally different conversation than something like Darigraz, especially, you know, Yuriko, Derevi. It's fucked up if the commander's good. So we're missing Gwenna, we're missing Cultivate, we're missing Kodama's Reach. We're missing a path to turn 3, I get to start playing fucked up guys. Yeah. And now that we're killing some of the single target fights, it can become Gwenna, Cultivate, Kodama's Reach. Hello, Phyrexian Confection. Welcome to the stream. And the energy we want to get is, we can't have America doing 2-hour warm-ups. 2-hour warm-ups are for the elderly and the infirm, and that's not us. We are a large, muscular woman. We do a couple jumping jacks. We do a couple burpees. We're good to go. And the perfect world for you to be in is, by turn 3, I am going to play something fucked up. Not always confident it's going to be America. It could be, you know, something better than Cactus Folk Sure Shot. Something better than Ronos the Indomitable. It could be... Wow. It could be Anzrag. It could be Anzrag. So I think we have a lot of our secondary threats only make sense with America on the board. And that's another issue, is we have other contenders. But Brash Taunter, this guy's only playing defense. All of the gods not doing anything for a long time. Zopandra will do something by itself, but it's 7 mana. And so there's Anzrag. I love the shout for O'Hare Kaslam. Thank you, Whitebread. This is a 5 mana, same mana as my commander. If you don't remove it, I'm going to fuck you. I'm going to fuck you, and my deck is gonna have the baby, and it's gonna be a Mole Man. Oh yeah, with a fucking board full of mana dorks. I hate 1/1 counters, but I do love worms, unfortunately. Unfortunately. This is the other type of, like, I'm just gonna put this on the table and be like, if you don't handle this, it's gonna handle you. And I think that's the energy the deck wants to give, start to finish, right? If that is an inappropriate assessment, let me know. But I think we want to be on, like, jumping jacks, jump rope, handle this or you're getting handled. And we want America to be the star. So we don't want to do things that are going to be, like, way better than America, but we do want to have things, that are like an A- to America's A+. And so I think your Hall of Fame for that is going to be Ouroboros, Anzrag, O'Hare Kaslam. I'm almost on Bonehorde Dracosaur, but I'm not totally sure. I'm ambivalent about Helana and Elena because I do not want us to be tricked by the counter demon. The 1/1 counter demon is vigilant. He is vigilant and he is evil and he is constantly trying to get in your fucking head. Fuck it, throw Knuckles in there. Yo, low-key, hold on. Can we get Knuckles in this deck? Can we get my man in here? I think Knuckles could do something. Let's see. He's still turn 3, even if we miss our 3-mana ramp. He hits not that bad, and he ramps us into America the next turn. So actually, get Knuckles in here. He's a boxer. He fits the vibe. So yeah, we gotta go from WWE to Fight Club. We want America to be. I hate referencing Fight Club just because of how many people misunderstood it, but I like whatever. We understand it. America has to be Brad Pitt, but you still need Robert Paulson. And right now, this deck is more like current WWE, where you have a face character and then like nothing else fucking matters. We need Brad Pitt, and then we need Robert Paulson's. And then I think it'll hum very smooth. So let's do a play test where we pretend that happened. Okay, this is Gwenna. This is a fine setup piece. Holy blessed. Turn 2, we shock this in, we Gwenna. So now, depending on if we're feeling it, we have the turn 3 America. We have the turn 3 America, we can tell everybody to get fucking bent. If we want to be a responsible adult, we can go Mystic, and then on somebody else's end step, we can flash in Guardian Augmenter, and then when we go turn 4 America, she is untargetable. And would we have the mana? Let's see, we would get 2 mana, 3 mana, 4 mana, 5 mana. We could not cast and equip Swiftfoot Boots. But we would have turn 4, our big commander. We can start swinging them next turn. They are hexproof. They are a 9/6. And then we just beat them to death. And if they ever get around the Guardian Augmenter, we have Untimely Malfunction. So we have removal, we have a bunch of mana to spend on spinning Wheel Kick, and then we just fucking go. And we're missing card draw, but who needs cards when you have a giant woman? Who needs cards when a big muscular woman has you in a goddamn headlock? You answer me that. So from here, even though we can't refill our hand, we're kind of running the game. Insane, but yeah, I get it. Insane, but I get it. So yeah, we're close. We're close. We just have too many cheerleaders and not enough other contenders. Goku needs Vegeta. Goku needs Chi-Chi, and Goku also needs Vegeta. And he needs Krillin. And right now, all we have is Krillin. I did see your suggestion for Goreclaw. I'm not totally sold on it, but I do think it could be played. Here's what I think about Goreclaw for this deck. I think Goreclaw is a hard-working water boy. Goreclaw is never going to feel bad. The cost reduction is going to be relevant. The trample is going to be relevant. And it will feel cool and smart and useful every single time you cast it. And I think this deck is a glutton for shit that feels way cooler to cast. I think Ansrag feels cooler to cast. I think O'Hare Castlem feels cooler to cast. I think Knuckles feels sillier to cast. And all of these are important qualities about cards in a commander game. Whereas Goreclaw, this is my glorious queen, but like she's technically in Green Stompy. This bitch has an accounting degree. She is the lead data analyst, okay? She's not built for the carnival. And we got a lot of motherfuckers that are built for the carnival that could be in this deck. So what else in here would be worth dropping? I'm gonna sound like a maniac. I think we could trade out Colossal Majesty or Garruk's Uprising for that Bone Horde Dracosaur. Because we are getting our 3-mana ramp in somewhere else, this is another 5-mana threat that can join the contenders list, and you can count it in your mind as a responsible vegetable. This is my responsible card draw section. It just looks like a big dumb idiot dragon. Pay no attention to that. All right? I like fossils. What? 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 Do you not like fossils? Oh, you don't think bones are cool? So I think one of these two can turn into that, and then you get the same level of benefit, but you feel happier. I like Infiltration Lens. I like Buster Sword. Gilgamesh doesn't do anything. Is Defense of the Heart too slow or dependent on opponents? No, Defense of the Heart is unfortunately probably one of the top 3 non-game changered cards in the game. I have never seen this not go off. I have never seen this get removed in time. I have never seen the 2 creatures fetched from it not be ridiculous. It is insane. So this would be more of a like match to your table, because especially when we put all these other good creatures in here, if you just go like, yeah, turn 3 Defense of the Heart, turn 4 I grab even just like Caslam and Ansrag, not even like game-winning creatures, just big assholes. Oh yeah, if you do Ansrag and Xenagos, then yeah, I would do Defense of the Heart. You could even trade, I would trade Morbid Opportunist. Fuck card draw. I'm getting my guys straight from the goddamn factory. I'm getting them straight from the supplier, brother. You're out here trying to draw your cards. I'm ripping them out of my asshole. Fresh with the stank. Shriekwood Devourer. Hey, I'm gonna ask you kindly to please not try to ruin these decks, Poisoned. You earned your name. You earned your name, but please don't ruin this deck, brother. Lucas, you can put it in the Dear Malltown section of my Discord. The last time I saw a Defense of the Heart, they grabbed Protean Hulk in a sack outlet. I saw the depths of hell that day. Yeah, we don't even have like a hard combo here. We have a soft combo. Ansrag plus Xenagos is a... I do think near deterministically wins the game. So you may have to be worried about that. But we've already got something good here. We're just a little too obsessed with our giant woman. Can we play Nylea? I'll make you a deal, Drivetrain. You can keep the body pillow. You do have to take the card out of the deck. I think this is a 5-tool player. If you've ever watched Moneyball, this is a like, oh wow, it's an indestructible blocker later on, and it's a cost reducer, and it can potentially get me card advantage. That's so cool. Mole. Give me a giant mole. I don't need more cards. The first one I play is gonna kick your head off. That's the energy. That's the energy we need. I don't need responsible card advantage. I need a mole man and a hot woman with a buzz cut. Approaching my location quickly. Yes, Lakasa, we're currently looking at viewer decks. I'm cool with Bugenhagen. Do you before we send you to improv, do you have a line for Black Market Connections? Not a combo line. I mean like actually a pre-written joke. Because this is something I would love to find a more thematic card for you. I feel like this is a generic advantage card that we put in to try to helped the deck because it wasn't working quite perfectly. And I think it's going to work so much better that we can put in something dumb and belligerent. But if you have like a joke, a bit that you already do with this card, then keep it. Because I love it when we can do bits with cards. Yeah, you could do like it's where she gets her stims. Oh yeah, it's the mob fixers trying to get a piece of the action. Okay, if you really like that, you can keep that. I really want to find a way to force you to put a fishing rod in. I don't think I can, but I'm gonna gaslight you. So emotionally prepare for that. I'm gonna try to gaslight you into why this is a good card that needs to be in your deck. Sleeping with the fishes, thank you. It's a 1-2 punch with the Black Market Connections joke. It is necessary to the vibe of this deck that if you are going to do an underground fight fixing joke, you have to have a punchline to land the plane, and that punchline is gonna be Marika makes you sleep with the fishes. Look at that. Yakuza 4 remastered. Yakuza 0. No can defend, drivetrain. No can defend. We can't talk about gangs fixing fights without a fishing minigame. You can't do it. You could even, I'll tell you what, fishing gear, you print this fucking screenshot out and you make that the printer proxy for this card because it's not legal yet. Yeah, Protection Racket's another like good reliable card that could play into that flavor. Here's the issue. I don't like Protection Racket as much because we're still going to have a relatively small number of really meaningful threats. And Protection Racket lets people pre-remove our threats. Protection Racket is best when we have just like an abundance of medium power cards, and if we get like any of them, we're happy. That's not this deck. That is not this deck. If they see Ansrag on top of our deck and they pre-remove it for 4 mana or 4 life, if they see Dracosaur and they pre-remove it for 5 life, oh my god, we fucking weep. Yeah, and that's also a good point. Too much crime involvement is too much. Although I think if we're trying to mirror real life boxing, this is a totally correct amount of crime involvement. I like Collective Resistance. I think Defend the Rider's fine. I think these protection spells are fine. You know, another card I would really recommend just as a general heater, Return the Favor. You could get like a custom altar of this, and you could call the card Counterpunch. Have you ever seen that have you ever watched Hunter x Hunter? And have you seen the Greed Island arc where they have that big jacked volleyball player and he's just returning like crazy fucking serves? This card's really good. This card's really fucking good. Either as a protection redirect, or just like somebody plays a really good instant and sorcery and you just get your own. It's so good. It's so good. So I would recommend that as just like solid overall heater. We change out a lot of these isolated single target fights for threats and 3 mana ramp so that we can do ramp, badass. That's the deck every time. Ramp, badass. Oh yeah, and you can copy ETBs too. It's so good. It's so good. especially if you're holding up mana for protection spells anyway. And then I think we have something hot. I think we have something hot. We have fishing gear for stupid joke time. We have Buster Sword for stupid joke time. We have contenders who can actually contend with something bigger than a Pokemon plushie. It'll be great. It'll be great. Let me just look at Jund creatures. Mana value less than or equal to, we'll say 6. In between 4 and 6. And we'll see if there's anybody else we're missing that would just be like really hot to have. Fuck Landfall. I thought about him for a moment, but it's not cool enough. It's not cool enough. Massacre Worm, not a horrible counter shout, but I would understand if you didn't want to play it for flavor reasons. But there have been a number of decks where I'm playing like big dumb stupid idiots, and then every time I've been like, oh fuck, I need a Massacre Worm in this deck just in case a Scute Swarm gets resolved. Don't need Perforos. We're skipping over Goreclaw. Bloodletter is not single-handedly threatening enough. Oh, hold on. These need to be creatures, too. Yeah. That's better. That's much cleaner. Ooh. 2. How do we feel about 2 muscular women? We've had the first, yes. But what about second giant woman? And if you work on your announcer voice, you can go, round 2, fight. That would be dope. That would be hard. That would be hard. That would be hard. Accept it. Accept it. Okay, I like that. Now, I will say this leans a little bit on your commander, but this does work. This does work pretty well as an isolated threat, and it works beautifully with all of your other threats as well. And I think after that we're gonna start getting too greedy. Greed is good, but there does have to be a limit to it, and I think we're pretty close to that limit. So play around with it a little bit more from here. Tell me if this feels better or not. But Drivetrain, thank you very much for submitting. I very much enjoyed reviewing this deck, and I hope you enjoyed as well. We're going to go to the manual ad break after we put Drivetrain up on the pyramid. America's big fat ass gets to sit directly on top of Babadook's head. We're going to the ad break. After that, we're coming back with Saber of Red's deck. If Saber of Red is not here, it will be Elveril. And if it is not Elveril, Irish Webster, I do believe you are going today as well, if you could confirm that for me. Toasty Seize the Day did get a reprint with Vi from Arcane as round 2, but Seize the Day is, yeah, not very good. Saber of Red's here, boss man. Excellent. I'm going to go use the bathroom, and then on the other end of this bathroom break, it'll be Saber of Red. Simple Herman asks, how do you feel about using Arena Alchemy cards, Mauled? I hate most of the mechanics. I despise many of the mechanics. On a card-by-card basis, there's a couple I'm okay with. My favorite Arena mechanic is Heist, which should tell you a lot about me as a person. But for the most part, yeah, fuck Alchemy. All right, children. Ba-da-da-da-da, ba-da-da-da-da. Also, Fluffy Orc, thank you very much for the 8 months at tier 1. Welcome back to the dog home, my friend. The Living Jukebox, Chief Chaka, the real Oskin, thank you for the Twitch follow, and Raw Turtle, thank you as well. Drivetrain, thank you for the 500-bit cheer. Thanks again, boss. Really good suggestions. I'll start getting the boxing gym in shape for the next title match right away. I love to hear it, buddy. Can we all agree on fuck that Power 9 bird? All my homies hate the Power 9 bird. All my homies hate the Power 9 bird. Hey, do you think bananas and Well of Lost Dreams should work with each other? Well, if you eat enough bananas, you will die, which is what should happen when you play Well of Lost Dreams. So yeah, kinda. Let's grab Saber Red's deck. Silly, comma spooky. I wanted to primarily hate on green decks and make the elf decks have a bad time. Then I remembered that nobody hates elves more than dwarves, so I put in some dwarf kindred stuff. I'm basically role-playing the money-hungry dwarf coming in to tear down your forest to build a new dwarf coast supercenter. This is beautiful. This is deep fantasy racism. This is deep early D&D hours, deep Lord of the Rings hours. I swear to fuck if I open this deck and I see Magda. Good title. Good commander. It looks safe. Tremendous equipment section. It looks safe. It looks safe. Deforestation. I love it. Goddamn. Apologize to Nadu. You apologize to the purveyor of broken cards right now, you dumb motherfucker. You ruined it. You had a bit and you ruined it. For what? Industrialization? A woman with thighs so large she could crush your head like a watermelon? Well, okay. Well, I'm coming around. I'm coming around a little bit. Maybe we can make this work. Maybe we can make this work. Okay, so let's immediately get into the meat of what the deck is actually about, because now it's about Magda. This Magda's fine. I don't actually care that you don't have dragons. What I care more about is what artifacts can you... This woman is 7'5" on a bad day. This is an elf. This is a spiky elf, you fake racist. I don't think that's a dwarf either. It does hate elves though. I'm partial to that. So we've got the Elish Norn Diversity Hire, Sarah's Emissary, which is wacky as fuck. I think we've got another giant woman lover on our hands. Plague Engineer is fucking beautiful. That's actually awesome. That's actually awesome. Ethical Hate. So we have can't cast more than one spell a turn. Non-basic lands enter tapped. Destroy an enchantment. High Noon. ETB dampening. Death Grip is crazy. So the thing is, you can't Sarah's Emissary and name elves, because this is a whole card type. So you can name creatures, and then you have protection from elves, but this... I mean, maybe your table would let you rule 0, naming elves. But there is a difference between name a creature type and name a card type. I can't believe we have Dwarven stacks. I guess if you squint, these are win cons. Only a war crime if you squint or play green. See, this is funny because I'm pretty sure this board wipes you too. That's like some Irish energy. We're burning this whole motherfucker down. Engineered Plague is fucking evil. Nature's Ruin is fucking beautiful. I love this deck. I love this deck. 33 lands, you're a goddamn idiot. You're a goddamn idiot, and I love you. Urban Planning. Wow, that's bad. Wow. Wow, that's a really good card, and then just a really bad card. That's fucked. I just order my entire deck. You too, Dark. Thank you for coming to the stream. This is... Hooey! Wow! Wow! So 33 lands is now fine, but you're an idiot for a different reason. Okay, let's see how it plays. Can you actually play Magic, or is this just a big Short King Supremacy art piece? We have Command Tower, tremendous. Oh, we have Buster Sword. We do nothing on our second turn, as is tradition. We play Marsh Flats. Whatever. This is a color fixed land. My commander doesn't fucking do anything yet, so I'll play Glowin'. Mines of Moria, extremely thematic. I play Vihan Goldwalker. I get to make a treasure. And this is a 3/3 with haste, which doesn't do a lot for me. I get City of Brass. I can go Buster Sword, which will make a treasure. And I can equip it to somebody. So maybe I equip it to a treasure. But it's turn 5 in a commander game, and I've put a couple 3/3s onto the battlefield. But maybe I get to hit. And if I get to hit, I get to free cast something for 6 or less. So I get to put maybe Rule of Law onto the field. With my massive Buster Sword hit, I get to free cast a Rule of Law. Okay, we have the Stoic Farmer. So I cast Arcane Signet. I get a treasure because it's a historic spell. I can Cranial Ram. And attach Cranial Ram to this. And then if my opponents are blind and totally tapped out. Oh yeah, Rule of Law non-bows. Okay, yeah. Let's stop the jazz music. Stop the jazz. Alright, so here's... Even as an art piece, here's what I don't like about the deck. We are too deep into the internal politics of the dwarves. I know that Rule of Law is actually very thematic for how dwarven politics work. They love the fucking filibuster. The problem with this deck is for dwarven hatred. When dwarves are hating on somebody else, they put all that aside. They stop all the rules. It's just about throwing rocks at the opposition. And the thing that I dislike about Rule of Law as a hate piece is that it doesn't hate on the elves that effectively. What hates on the elves really effectively is allowing them to vomit their hand and then board wiping them. That's hating. Rule of Law, you're being their parent. You're just being a good parent to the elf player when you Rule of Law them. When you Damping Sphere them. Oh no. You've shut off their Gaia's Cradle and nothing else. Engineered Plague is very good hating. But because we've kind of Harvey dented ourselves here. We've hated the Kindred player so hard that we've lived long enough to see ourselves become the Kindred player who's trying to vomit their hand onto the board. And what all the stacks pieces are doing, we're not making the elf player lose, we're just stopping our own setup. And because our mana curve is so low, stuff like Archon of Emeria, stuff like Rule of Law, it's stopping us from doing the shit we want to do. And so what I would rather see, if we wanted to have a really thematic I Hate Elves deck, I think the thematic I Hate Elves deck would be like, your removal section would be like fucking End the Festivities. And you would just be like, oh shit, did they cast a dragon? I don't have beef with them. Dinosaurs? Damn, that's cool. I like fossils. That's a dope thing. Me personally, I love dinosaurs. So you can both get more bombs, but what we want to do, we do not want to handcuff the elf deck. We want to punish them for the stuff they have done. And so stuff that will punish them for things they have done is Rakdos Charm. Yummy, yummy, yummy. So the tag you're going to want to get to on Scryfall is Hate Wide. Commander black, white, red. 25 cards that can do that. Rakdos Charm is up there. Incite Rebellion's gonna fuck you up. Maybe we need Sweeper instead of Hate Wide. Oh, you know what you need? This will not wipe every single elf. This will wipe almost every elf. This will wipe so many goddamn elves. And you do need to leave 2 people alive to tell the story. This will leave just enough elves alive to tweet about the genocide that you have just perpetuated against them. It'll be perfect. It'll be perfect. Massacre Worm. Look, it's near rocks. That's thematic for dwarves. So we want to think about more things that are in the vein of Elish Norn. Unfortunately, all the dwarves need is an incredibly tall, spiky woman. What we want to do to punish the elf player is allow them to play out their hand. Once they have played out their hand, then we get them. We do not stop them from playing out their hand. We have to, it's like when you need to treat the elf player like that you caught your kid smoking and you're a really, really bad parent and you make them smoke an entire pack so they throw up. That's what you need to do, and you need to pretend that that actually works as a parenting strategy. It doesn't. Don't do that. But what we can do to them is say, wow, what a cool board. Let me find some. What a cool board. Balefire Dragon? That's so many sick elves you have. They all take 6, by the way. And then you're going to take this. You're going to need to proxy this on a custom token. And then every time you hit them with Balefire Dragon, you're just going to... You're gonna get elbow problems really fast, but it's gonna be worth it. You could do. So what I don't like about Massacre Girl is it's gonna board wipe us too. Delayed blast fireball is also gonna be perfect. Dwarves love explosions. Dwarves love explosions, and you can either cast this early to shut them down before they get banner effects, or you can cast this late after they've gotten their board buffed up. What about Pox? No, this is not effective punishment. They will sacrifice 2 mana dorks and not give a singular shit. Yeah, the spell restriction's nothing. The spell restriction is the wrong way to try to contain this behavior because you end up just restricting yourself. Like, I need you to imagine it in the sense of like, if you really, really wanted to win a race, like a foot race, would you spend your entire time in a shoving match, neck and neck with the person you wanted to beat? Or would you let them get a little bit in front of you and then shoot them in the back with a gun? If Noah Lyles was willing to put this strategy into practice, he would be the undefeated Olympic sprint champion for the next 4 Olympics. I'd kick the other guy's knees out as he passes me. Same thing here. Rule of law is not doing that. Rule of law is you grabbing their jacket and slowing both of you down. Like, rule of law is you jumping on them backpack style and hoping that they're not strong enough to keep racing. We need to let them feel like they're winning, because the most important thing about BMing somebody, about being rude to somebody, is you have to give them hope. If you stick a Drannith Magistrate on turn 2, which, pretend this does something specific to the elf player, but if you stick a hate piece on turn 2, they're sad. But now they have a narrative where they get to be the hero. They get to go, well, if I ever remove this Drannith Magistrate, I'm going to do so much cool shit. And the table is rooting for them. You want them to get out to a nice little lead so that you look like the hero when you commit horrendous creature-type based violence. Exactly. They can spin it as fighting through adversity. They need to be the dominant socioeconomic class so that you can be a revolutionary for murdering them in their homes. Okay, this is basic geopolitics. This is basic. This is human geography 101. What about War Cadence or Kolrath Knight? We don't have to lean too much more into Revolutionary Hero. Like, the only part of... Here's the type of Revolutionary Hero we need to be. Now, the actual guide this was based off of, fucking loser. The movie, not that great. What I'm saying is we need bombs, and we need a lot of them, and we need to use them indiscriminately, and we need to have monologues prepared for when we set them off. We're in Mardu right now, Jomi. No love for Echoing Decay. Echoing Decay can probably work. Oh, that doesn't fucking matter. This only matters if the elf player... This only matters for elf token decks, which is only like 1/2 of elf ball decks. We need to hit all the elf ball decks. Isaiah Forba, thank you for the $2 super chat. I didn't know this guy spoke without yelling. Nobody did. Nobody did until I put the camera on. Extinction hits everything. Ooh. Yeah, I would be surprised if this wasn't already in. I'll go back and check the deck list on that. Oh, we don't have it. Yeah, get Extinction in. Does Curse of Exhaustion make the cut? Dog, what's it with you and stopping double spells? Why are we why are we freaking out so hard about 2 spells a turn? Genuine, because I hate the token players. I hate the elf ball players. One spell a turn is like the least important restriction we can put on these players. Like if we want to hate them effectively, you want a 4-mana hate piece that will ruin an elf ball player's day. Done. Done. Handled. Pack them up. Send a letter to their next of kin saying you weren't sorry. So if you want to, and here's the real upshot of this. If you want to make a stacks deck, we can make a stacks deck. The stacks deck is not going to effectively hate the elves. The green players and the elf players are actually going to be the best positioned to play into a stacks deck. You know why? Because the elves are on this motherfucker. They don't care about your however many spells a turn restriction. They're using activated abilities. Like the good elf, like maybe you're playing against the bad elf decks. You could be playing against a Lathril player, that happens, but you have a lot of other options for the Lathril player. I want you to be positioned to ruin a good elf player's day. And the good elf players are playing things like this. And what's going to kill you is they're going to cast 1 spell a turn for 3 to 4 turns, and then they're going to activate this creature's ability and kill you with a bunch of like 7/7s. And so what we got to do to get on top of these players is not try to stop that like, oh my god, they played 2 dorks in 1 turn. Let them do it. You can't laugh yet. You can't push the button yet. You can't let them know that you have smuggled C4 into their bathroom, and then when they go to drop a shit on the table, that's when you get them. That is when you get them. Lathril is like crazy dependent on people letting Lathril resolve or letting Lathril swing, which is an objectively stupid move. Dida, thank you for the Twitch follow. Lathril is broken in bracket 2 and garbage in bracket 3 and above, is my opinion, based on the Lathril players I have seen and played against. So you could be doing like Contagion Engine. The dwarves built a racist murder machine. That sounds about right. That sounds right as hell. And Vihan can still be your guy for this. And I think if Vihan's still your guy for this, the rest of this deck can mostly work. It does end up more of an art piece. Hello, Nivris. This is very funny. This is very funny and very evil. And if we're going for anti-elf propaganda, really good. I also don't believe in Damping Sphere. Damping Sphere is exclusively Gaia's Cradle hate. It is 1 card to disable 1 card that my opponent might be playing, and you can effectively disable that card by just running more land destruction. Dwarves like to mine. Dwarves like to mine. Get to it. Get to it, buddy boy. Show me the business. That card, Sabo's Decree, and then I showed you Strip Mine for Gaia's Cradle. So we will exile cycle this as we're not going to play it. We have 1 land in hand, so we're not going to keep this. Okay, we got 3 lands. We have Tataru Taru. Excellent. Okay, so we go digging in our own butt and somebody else's. We get a treasure from Magda, and we maybe get a treasure if we hit. Oh no, we get a treasure on attack. So we have 2 treasures now. We have Death Grip available. We have Great Train Heist available. So we could go to Taru Taru for 2 mana. Somebody draws a card. We make a tapped treasure. We move to combat. These treasures are creatures too. We say Great Train Heist for 2 mana. We hit whoever the most open person is. Swing, swing. We make 3 treasures. On swing, and this is why I crashed out about Magda. On swing, we turn 5 of these treasures into Contagion Engine, which you haven't put in the deck yet, but we will. And so whoever was going to block us no longer can. And from Great Train Heist, we get 3 more treasures. We strike it rich, we get whatever other fucked up artifact we want, and then we rinse and repeat. So Magda is going to bring up the general power level of this deck or like she's going to be the best card you can ever resolve. And Magda represents a like 4 mana method of getting whatever your most fucked up artifact is. So depending on who you're playing with, you do want to be careful about how fucked up the artifacts get. Interesting. We've got Tutor Hatred. Okay, this shit still got to get the fuck up out of here. Tap land, play a plains. We hopefully flash this in when somebody ramps. Blow in. Commander. We get a treasure. Hey, brother. So yeah, everything that's under the I really want you to only cast 1 spell a turn, I think very good emotional homework for you would be to build a high power stacks list. Build like a good stacks deck meant for bracket 3 or bracket 4 play. And then you can run all this high noon stuff. You can run Rule of Law. You can run Archon of Emeria. You can really just like hold the table down in a full Nelson. But it's never going to work for the elf deck. And it's actually going to non-bow most of the things you want to do. But I love the Forest hate. Well, not even the Forest hate. But I love the Gaia's Cradle hate. I love the digging in the butt. Your diversity hires all make a lot of sense. Except for them. And them. Damping Sphere can just be more land hate. Bloodfire Dwarf is fucking hilarious. Sengir is perfect. Nature's Ruin is perfect. Brother. Brother. These are okay. If you want things that are gonna contribute more towards you winning a game of Magic, I would recommend considering more of dwarven mechanical stuff, because you're gonna have a healthy amount of artifact creatures via your treasures, and so I would either do Steel Overseer, or I would plan to make so much money that I can just do like a massive dwarven explosion. I think the Steel Overseer route is going to be a little bit more reliable than the Crackle with Power route, but the Crackle with Power route is going to make you laugh very, very loudly. I don't think dwarves mess with orcs, so I don't think we can do... I don't think the orcish settlers route is going to pay off for us. Darrow, we're helping somebody with an elf hatred deck. It is a deep lore... I'm playing dwarves. They hate elves more than anything in the world. And I think the rest is fine. I think right now, unfortunately, we are trapped down here. We went for an art piece. I always respect that. Unfortunately, we've taken the art in the opposite direction of where it needs to go. We are not effectively hating the elves. We are only effectively hating ourselves. This is the equivalent of an elf incel deck, as it currently is. Somebody who's sitting in their bedroom all day, just posting on forums about how much they hate elves. But they're not going out and, you know, setting buildings on fire. They're not attacking them in their homes. They're not threatening them on the street. And that's never appropriate to do in the real world, but is very appropriate to do in Magic the Gathering. And we got to get you there. And you're in colors that is bad at control. Mardu control is really copium unless you are playing with, at the top of the line. If you are playing with like Winota stacks pieces, then it's good. Until then, you're not really good. If you're playing Mardu, you have to be going all gas, no brakes. So I would cut everything that is something meant to slow the game down, and I would only keep things that either accelerate your game plan or blow the elf player out after they have accelerated theirs. Good, yes, good. Yes. Good. Much happier. Much, much happier. Yes. I like it. Oh, and 2 more lands, you genius. Yeah, this is good. Orzhov is fucking good at control. You shut your trap. You keep believing that, Ratfan, you play Brawl. Get the fuck out of here. How those fucking Chrome mock stocks doing, you goddamn idiot? Good at control, you fucking jokester. I play real Magic, not that 1v1 bullshit. So Saber, that's going to be it for your deck. We're going to go to the manual ad break, and then we're looking for Elvarl, or we're looking for Irish Webster. Elvarl is here. Perfect. Then after the 90-second ad break, we will move to you. I'm going to go grab some water, and we'll be right back. Yet another call for, if you're in the vertical stream, and you want to see the entirety of the stream, or you want your chat to be on screen, head to the horizontal YouTube stream, which is pinned in your chat, or head to the Twitch stream. Question for everyone. I'm building the Alloy deck from the Secret Lair. Do you consider Blightsteel Colossus too rude for bracket 2? I'm just wondering if I should fully lean into it and add game changers, or if big boys swinging and killing somebody is fine in a bracket 2 setting. Nighty, this is where the bracket 2 thing of like, when is the earliest you can do it? Because the latest update to the bracket system talked about everybody expects to live until turn 8. And so it's not that you are not allowed to cheat out a Blightsteel before then, but it is something you would have to tell the table about, and you would have to ask permission, and they're allowed to tell you no. So for me, if I was thinking about cheating in a Blightsteel Colossus to kill somebody, I would never do that with people I didn't know. I would do it with people I did know and I knew played removal and played responsible decks and understood that sometimes the bear just fucking gets you. But if I'm going to an LGS or I'm going to a convention and I don't know these people, I'm not gonna do that. Like there's just no upside. Like the upside is I get to kill somebody and they probably don't laugh, and the downside is I get into an argument with you about what's appropriate for bracket 2. There's just no winning. Right, nobody's ever paid the 12 mana for a Blightsteel Colossus. But I think for bracket 2, you're playing for vibes. You're not playing for effective win the game. You're playing for vibes, and Blightsteel Colossus is almost always negative to vibes. So that would make me worry about it. I think if you had a set play group who was a bunch of assholes and they understood that they deserved to die horribly, then I would play Blightsteel. Okay, we're gonna get some water, then we'll be back for Elvarl. Oh, I just rolled a little bit over my own toe with my chair. Oh. That's a good time. That's a good fucking time. Excellent. Let's see what Elvarl has to offer. This is a pure silly deck. I saw a description of an Aikido deck and thought it sounded fun, so I wanted to build one. Goal is to play a bunch of spells that say, no you. However, I have never played a spell slinger style deck, so I honestly have no idea if what I built is decent. My gut feeling is that it sucks, or if it even does the thing, help. Holy shit. Alright. Kai Keto. Oh, Jesus. Well, you've definitely achieved the first part of an Aikido deck, which is motivating people to hit you. Control C, Control V. Fork. So we're duplicating something. And I... Alright, that's funny. I'll give you that. That's funny. You fucking got me there. Hello, Bar of Wonder Bar. Damage. Whenever you cast an instant or sorcery, spirit creatures become pingers. That's kooky.
Spirit creatures become... Wait. Is that actually a thing?
Yeah, it's Magecraft. Spirits... Well, they can tap to ping, which is quite...
What?
Don't encourage them.
No, I love it!
That's very bad. That's very bad. I love it too, but it is horrible. GF hug.
It's horrifying to say this Avatar set freaking cooks.
Oh no.
I know. It's fun to drop.
We're all gonna be broke. Okay. Don't touch my bird. Whenever a non-token creature enters, you can pay white to get a token creature, or you can sack a spirit to give a non-spirit indestructible. That's reasonable. Safara is also reasonable. Yeah, we have flying spirits. Draw. Okay. Okay, okay. It is not the smartest card draw section I have ever seen, but this is reasonable. You have not been ridiculous. Ramp, god damn it. I want to Vine Boom you for Soul Ring on principle. I disagree with it tactically for this deck, because this deck, the most important thing we can do is play Kaikar. Soul Ring does not actually help us play Kaikar that much, because Soul Ring is just getting us more colorless pips, and we have to get all 3 colors, and we want to do it by turn 3. I think your ramp section should be every signet, every talisman. Magnus the Red is cute. He's low-key copium. He's probably unnecessary. But your ramp section should be like Azorius Signet, Boros Signet. What's the last one? Red. Izzet Signet, and then Talisman of Creativity, Talisman of Dominance, Talisman of Dipshittery for the blue-white one. We have a couple counterspells. Holy shit, sounds like not my problem. Okay, coward shit, good. Coward shit, good. Coward shit, good. Coward shit, good. Excellent. Coward shit, great. Coward shit, good. Coward shit, phenomenal. Odd as fuck. Hot as fuck. Very funny. Very funny. Very good. Very good. Okay. Okay. We're very close to it, Elveril. What I dislike about the deck most is if we're doing an Aikido deck, it is actually in our best interest to keep as much stuff on the board as possible. And so things like Aether Spouts and Aetherize and Angel's Grace and Orem's Chant, these don't actually enable us to do Aikido stuff, because Aikido, we want a boing flip that requires a boing. If we're going to be a trampoline, we have to have them try to cannonball on top of us. And so these are probably in here to be like in case of emergency, and your in case of emergency is just dying. Your whole deck, the game plan of this archetype is to go for that glorious last second judo flip when they try to kill you. And if you don't let them try to kill you, you never get to go for the judo flip. And so we're spending a lot of our deck non-bowing our own deck by just shutting them down entirely, instead of letting them build up their board, letting them keep all their creatures, and then at the pivotal moment, fucking them over with Deflecting Palm. And so I think most of these pieces of hard removal should be ramp, should be card selection, because you have to be set up when it is time to boing flip. Spirits. Sure. Sure, that's not nothing. That's nothing for certain. Monarchy is really good here. I like Monarchy a lot, because Monarchy is going to motivate them to attack you and give you some benefits. Is it worth it in this kind of deck to make yourself look scary damage-wise? It can be. I think the better angle is genuinely. And Elveril, tell me, are you a fan of rage baiting? Do you? Because we can definitely rage bait with this type of deck. We can rage bait. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Gravity, no, absolutely. Then you're gonna learn about a little thing called the initiative. So, the initiative is the Undercity dungeon. I'm not yet convinced that White Plume Adventurer is the right guy for the job, but the initiative, pretty long dungeon that will it will ramp you. You'll scry. The last bit is you flip 10 cards from your library and you get a creature from it onto the field with hexproof encounters. We don't need day night, but what we want to do is we want to play creatures that are going to give us a really commanding advantage if you leave me alone. If you don't attack me, oh, wait a minute. Is it okay if I let my nuts hang real quick? That's you. That's you. That's what you say every time you put your jewels on the table. So yeah, what I would, and this is wildly, it is inefficient, it is overcosted, it is hilarious. It is hilarious. And so rather than as much hard removal, definitely rather than, so the things I don't believe in as much. I don't think we need Priest of the Blessed Graph that badly. 37 lands is unfortunately probably smart. Some of this single target removal and handcuff stuff can go away. I would say Orem's Chant, Swords, Mandate of Peace, Shacklegeist, Devouring Light, Generous Gift, Stroke of Midnight, Aetherize, Aether Spouts, those can all go. Which is gonna sound crazy. It's gonna be like, oh my god, I'm so vulnerable. And you are. You are vulnerable, you are breedable, and you are ready to flip the script. I don't think we need Crown of Doom. I think we're gonna be good on... Is there a... I can just look for initiative. This guy's probably too expensive. Loot Dispute. Okay, I think we do White Plume Adventurer. So you want White Plume Adventurer for the initiative. Let me look if any of the other courts are going to be useful to you. We have Court of Grace. We don't care about milling. I don't think Court of Vantress does that much for us. Do we have enough permanents that we're going to get back? We have a low enough CMC, but I don't think many of them are permanents that we need to recur. We do want Coveted Jewel. Yeah, you know what? Saravox Tome. Bad card, but Jukebox has the right of it. If they leave you alone and they allow you to complete the initiative, they are so fucked if they let you have this. This is number one rage bait card. Solid says, how the do you fuck play this game? I felt sleep. Sorry if you're happy play. So Salman, what I would say is the game itself is not the exciting part. The actual pieces of the game is just a device by which you have silly times with people you already like. It's part of why I very rarely play Commander with people I don't already know, because the actual mechanics of the game typically pretty dry. What's funny about the game is pissing off Ryan. What's funny about the game is using the mechanics of the game to screw over Tony. That's how. Okay, so we have these three. Hey, what the fuck? You know what you did, man. You know what you did. All right, and then the other thing we need to cover is we want like everything to be happening at instant speed. We can have some of these draw engines for when we make spirits we get a card, but the best card we can play, you got to map out the rage bait. You got to map out the rage bait, okay? Because every turn, the perfect turn for us is Mana Rock Pass. That's it. I have Kaikar out. I have a Cord out. It's like, after I have Kaikar, I'm going, I take the initiative. I pass with 3 open mana. I pass with 3 open mana. Do your worst. And then you let people swing at you. Or if they don't take the bait, you need to have an instant speed card draw spell to make sure that your hand stays full. This is Jeskai, yeah. Mangar is fine. I don't really like it because it de-incentivizes attacking. We want them to feel nice and lathered. We want them to feel excited about attacking us so that we can blow them out with like new way forward. We want them to feel excited about attacking us so that we can cast Domineering Will. So that we can cast Comeuppance. I don't think we do a Sunforger package. I think this deck is mostly fixed by doing all the 2 mana rocks. All the 2 mana rocks. We get Consult the Star Charts. Let me tag her. Let's look at hand positive. Hand positive commander, red, blue, white, type instant. We need to be able to flash. So we have Factor Fiction, also excellent rage bait. Dig Through Time could be good later. Flame of Anor. And this is a wizard. Yes, we do want to anal fissure them. We do want to anal fissure them. This is very good, both for, you know, I just get advantage and I get to deal with some problems on your turn. But that's your play pattern. Is your turn, you play something to rage bait. On everybody else's turns, you are either picking up new cards or you are Aikidoing them. And this one will pull a little bit of double duty, where it will pick up cards and it can do other stuff. We are mostly running it for instant speed card draw. I personally like Behold the Multiverse because foretelling is premium rage bait. You foretell a card, and every, like, here's what I want you to do next time you play this deck. Put this card in. Whenever you foretell it, don't make a big show of it. Don't pause the entire game for it. But when somebody goes to put something on the stack, just do a little like, just do like 2 of those. Just look a little anxious for them to cast a spell. That makes sense. I was mostly getting stuck in tests. Well, what if nothing happens this turn cycle? Yeah, that is going to be the hardest part for an Aikido deck. And the 2 ways we're going to try to defend against that is we need to have stuff that is giving us passive value if nothing happens. And we want to have a hand full of instants to let us draw cards if nothing happens. Another, Let's edge. This looks really bad now that the card I wanted didn't come up. What the fuck is his name? It's Chris Pine. It's Chris Pine. I swear to God his name was Edgin because other people made edging jokes at me when I tried to play him. Now the bullying was for nothing. Oh fuck. Okay. Edgin, but that's what I put in. I put in Edgin. I think his name's like Larcenist Lutenist. That's bullshit, man. I typed in Edgin. So I would not recommend this card strongly. This would be a goofy, silly downgrade. If you play the deck and you're like, oh my god, this works really good, but it's not wacky enough, this would be front of the line for like a wacky thing. Because you put this dumbass in, now all of a sudden you get to do that little foretell rage bait with every single card, and you get some goad. We don't want to goad too heavily, though. We want to threaten goad, but we don't want to actually do it, because if we goad, they won't swing at us, and then we don't get to do the Aikido thing, and then we're fucked. So let's look at other instant speed stuff you can do. Ooh, Meringue River Regent is a bitch. Meeting of Minds might actually be the more heat one, because you have Convoke on this, and so we can use our spirits to help cast it without having to sacrifice them. We're not going to have dragons. Perilous Research is also pretty playable. It's a 2-mana draw 2, and the cast trigger will give us a permanent to sacrifice to the draw. That's really, really efficient. Which I shouldn't be so excited about, but I got a chemical engineering degree. You gotta let me have this. Let's see. Lorehold Command is probably not efficient enough, but it is a little funny combat trick. Travis Gafford, thank you very much for the 20 for the view for the Travis Gafford, thank you very much for the raid. I hope you're having a good stream, my friend. It's good to see you. We are currently working through some viewer decks, and we're looking at a Jeskai Ragebait deck. These are colors you're familiar with, and an archetype you're very familiar with. You goddamn... What was it? Why am I saying Rebecca Starling? Jessica Rabbit. No. Jessica Babbitt. Also no. Sabrina Carpenter. Yeah, you fuck ass. Anyway, thank you for the raid. I hope you're having a good stream. Slicer and Alexios don't make it in. That's not rage baiting. That's crashing out. That's a very, very different strategy. We want to play something. We don't want to play something and be like, oh, you have to deal with this. We want to play a card that is obviously not cool, and then we want to tell them, no, man, it's chill. Like Court of Grace, which we already have. That one's very good for it. Like Saravox Tome. You want to play Saravox Tome for 4 mana on turn 5, and then somebody's going to be like, oh man, that's really good. And then you want to be like, no, it's not. What do you even mean? Oh, what, I'm going to free cast something? Okay, dude, my cards are fair. And then you counterspell something. And then you have an enemy for life. And what does that set up for? It sets up for the best deflecting palm you've ever cast. I'm not huge on the other foretell cards. Right now, I'm more worried about making sure we have instant speed hand selection or card advantage. Like we need to. I'm going to take this one into a quick little surgery to see how lacking it is once we do the existing suggestions. We'll do new deck. Ow. So if we do this, who do I not care about? I don't think we need him. I don't think we need him. We definitely don't need him. We don't need him. Probably fine. We don't need that direct removal. That is, you should switch this to the SpongeBob art for better rage bait. I'm gonna try dumping those. Fuck Soul Ring. Alexios won me the game on Sunday against 2 Gearson decks and someone trying to learn their Kefka CEDH lines. This was bracket 3 and I never even cast Arenas from the zone. Alexios is fucked up. Travis, the man who just raided me, won a CEDH tournament with their Alexios deck. You can mind control people. You can mind control people very effectively. I'm going to try cutting Kindred Discovery. I think we can get away with it. Fuck Generous Gift. Fuck Aether Spouts. Fuck Angel's Grace. Okay. Is it Signet? Talisman of. Talisman of. Talisman of. And then we're going to do White Plume Adventurer. We're going to do Saravox Tome. We are going to do Consult the Star Charts. These other ones. Perilous Research. Grim, yes, I just put that in the deck. That is one of the first ones I thought of. Oh, Meeting of Minds. Flame of Anor. How many spots do we have left? We have 1 card left. Mangar the Diplomat is not making it into this bitch. Is not making it in, I promise you that. Oh, right. Peer into the multiverse or whatever. Behold the multiverse. Why specifically instant speed? Because we are trying to do an Aikido deck, and if we're going to do Aikido, we need to leave mana open. And if we are going to draw cards while leaving mana open, we need to be able to, if they don't swing at us, we have to be able to draw cards on their end step without losing too much tempo. Okay, so we get Consult, we get card draw engines, and we get a bad mana rock. This is a pretty slow hand, but we can at least see what happens to it. All right, White Border, Rage Bait effective. Deserted Beach, Rage Bait effective. Sacred Foundry. All right, hell yeah. Most commander-pilled first 3 turns ever. 4 mana. I cast Kaikar. I get to untap this, and then I wait and see if anybody freaks out on me. When they don't, I consult the star charts. I make a spirit. I get to look at the top 4 and put 1 card into my hand. Okay, I have 2 different Aikido spells I can get, one of which is going to ramp me. I think I want the ramp more than I want anything else. So we go to my turn. I rage bait you. I cast Spirit. No, I don't cast Spirit Bonds. I cast Welcoming Vampire. I pass. If anybody does anything to me, or honestly, even if they don't, if anybody swings, I Misleading Signpost for additional rage bait. I get a Spirit, which draws me a card. Great. I go to my turn. I go land. I go Signet, Spirit, card draw. Actually, I could order that better. I would play Takaja's Welcome first, and I would tap the Bender's Waterskin for it, so I would get 2 cards off of it. Holy fuck shit. I'm up to 4 spirits. This has gone extremely poorly. So we may need even better impulse stuff rather than just this like pure weenie draw, because the weenie draw is getting us even more ramp for a bomb spell that's never coming. Now we can pretend that we have something to do on other people's turns, or I'll just lay down Spirit Bonds, and that way I can have an indestructible blocker if I need it. Now everything looks great again. We play this, we play a Mana Rock, we get to draw 2 cards after making a Spirit. And now we both have an Aikido spell, and we have a card draw spell. So on somebody else's turn, we can do draw, which just casting it will draw us 2 cards. Then we draw 2 more cards, and then we can do one of our tricks. We have another one of our tricks now, and now the wheels are really, really going. But there was 2 turns in the middle that looked really, really rough for us because all we had was card draw engines rather than impulse effects. I don't think I would keep this hand. I wouldn't keep this hand either. Oh, I still have Mandate of Peace in here? Oh, Lord. And I still have Orem's Chant in here. Oh, Lord. Oh, there's 2 copies of this. Alright, get Mandate of Peace out. Where's Orem's Chant? Get that out. Fucking quick study, baby. We don't have to taunt Poison. We just have to play things that are gonna give us... We just have to play things that are gonna give us, like, the Monarchy, or give us other forms of passive advantage that will auto-taunt. But we do probably want something a little bit better. I kind of want to put Assemble the Legion in this fucking deck. Oh, that's true. New Wan Shi Tong. That's actually the best one. That guy's a fuck ass. Okay. So 1 land hand. Perfect. 2 lands and a ramp spell. I will take that. Turn 3, I get Kaikar out. Turn 4. I play this. I have a spirit. I pass. Hopefully, they've been rage baited. If they haven't, I can... Oh, this has to be played for blue. If they haven't, I can sack the spirit, tap my lands. I Flame of Anor. I shoot you for not falling for my rage bait, and I draw 2 cards. On my next turn, white border rage bait. Is it Signet? Get a spirit. And then I have Will's Reversal. I have Redirect Lightning. I will presume that I just pay 5 life to redirect a removal spell at some point. And now the rage bait is going to come to fruition. Kind of. We get Monarchy. And I think we play land for turn. End of our turn, we draw for Monarchy. So we can counter something, we can reverse a spell or ability, or we let them swing and we comeuppance them. Now, comeuppance requires us to give up a spirit, but this is the heart and soul of the Aikido deck, because we get Monarchy out, we have the mana to redirect all the damage, and we tell you to go fuck yourself. And then we go to our turn, having retained the Monarchy. We can go Evolving Wilds, get a White Border Mountain to make everybody mad at us. We pass. And if people do something, we Will's Reversal or Dovin's Veto. If people do nothing, we Dig Through Time. So this gets cost reduced to 4 mana. 1, 2, 3, 4. And we get to check the top 7. We're getting Wan Shi Tong, and we're getting probably Skull Clamp, because that card's fucking insane. Actually, no. We'll get Myojin of Blooming Dawn, and we'll just win the game. So we go to our next turn. We go Mountain. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We cast this. And then at the end of the next rotation, they beat the fuck out of us, who cares? End of next rotation, we make 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 spirits. And then we cast Shared Animosity. And then we attempt to kill the table, holding up Counterspell Protection. That's a little bit Christmas Land, but it's not outrageously Christmas Land. That could work. So I would keep playing around with it a little bit. You might need better card draw. You might need to experiment with a couple other pieces of card draw to see what mana value works best, how many cards you actually need access to. I would look at impulses over straight draw. I closed the wrong set of tabs. And when I say impulses, I mean rather than, oh, I need to pick up a ton of cards, have the cards check the top whatever, and then give you 1 or 2. Because this deck doesn't need to have a full hand. It needs to have the right card at the right moment. And so I think I'm going to put you over here for right now, Elveril. I think you've got the spirit. You've got the right idea, but it is evident that you have not built this type of deck before, and you got tricked into some strategies that play more into the token side of things than things that play into the actual dickheadery that you want to get up to. So that's going to be it for your deck. I hope you enjoyed this. We're going to go to the manual ad break, and on the other side of it, it will be time for Irish Webster. You are trying, and Control-C, Control-V won my heart over in the first tag. So you're doing a good job. And I think that with these changes, it'll run pretty smoothly. You will have to mulligan intelligently. This deck is all about being able to make snap decisions about what you need and what you don't need. And if any parts of it aren't working, again, when in doubt, impulse draw. When in doubt, cheat at Magic, check the top 4 cards, get the best one. And then just pass your turn on a pissed off universe. It'll work great. I promise you. Absolutely, Alvaro. Anytime. Thank you for supporting the channel and have a very good day. Leo, we did recommend Coveted Jewel. That actually has to go in the version of the deck that I updated. We definitely got to put Coveted Jewel in this bitch. Okay, manual ad break's going. I'm going to actually use the bathroom. Then it's actually time for Irish Webster. Good evening, Austin. Welcome to the YouTube stream. Again, if you're in the vertical YouTube stream, come to twitch.tv/Maltown. I'd appreciate it very much. End Step Exarch and Beaver Rapsmith, thank you very much for the Twitch follows. And Mr. Kerple, thank you for the Twitch follow as well. How do I get him to look at my deck? There is a roast command just for that, End Step Exarch. And anybody else who wants to get your deck roasted, we have auto commands to let you know about that in the Twitch stream. Verity Vargas, the next XCOM stream is tomorrow. We were going to do the Avatar set review with Elk, but we did that Tuesday. Mauled, how do you feel about Captain's Maneuver and Sphinx Ambassador? That's pretty funny. Does that work? Does that transmit combat damage triggers? I would be surprised if it did. Just because the rules of Magic never let me do fun things. That's pretty funny. Because, like, Ko just came out, and a rule that should have worked with Ko and is consistent with how the rules have worked for the entire rest of Magic. WotC came out and was like, oh no, it doesn't work that way because we don't want it to. They never let us have fun in this game. But if it did, if this works the way we want it to, that's so funny. That is so funny. Because you get a Jeskai deck, and then you go, oh, the next two, right? The next one, even. This is a 3-mana Ice Sphinx Ambassador 2 people. Anybody who doesn't know Sphinx Ambassador, when you hit somebody with it, you get to pick up their deck, search it for a creature, and then they have to guess what you looked for, and if they guess wrong, you get it on your board. You can hit yourself. That's spicy. I need to I need to have a judge sign off on this. I do not feel competent enough to be like, yeah, for sure this works. That looks fucking hilarious. That looks fucking hilarious. And if it does trigger combat damage for both targets, that might convince me to play a Jeskai deck. That might convince me to play my first Jeskai deck ever. I guess it will be the second after I do after we do the viewer deck on Decked Out. Either way, who cares? Let's go to Irish Webster's deck, which I actually have to find in the Google form responses. Oh, Irish, have you sent your deck in through the Google form? Because that's why you're not on lists. I haven't been able to find you yet. After you made the purchase, there should have been a Google form link in the post-purchase message for you to submit your deck list and tell me the primer and da 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 da. Right, Terrence, I don't know if combat damage changes into normal damage because typically these effects say prevent that damage and then deal the same amount, but this doesn't say that. It doesn't prevent the damage. And so theoretically this should work. Theoretically this should be Sphinx Ambassador deals combat damage to this player instead of this player, and it should still be combat damage. But I don't know. I just don't know. Yeah. I would assume if it doesn't specify, then the type didn't change. I would assume so too, but most of Magic's rules are designed to fuck you over. I had this come up in another game, and the redirected damage is not considered combat damage. God damn it. Then it doesn't work. Was it redirected from Captain's Maneuver specifically, or was it redirected from something else? Because a lot of the other redirect spells are worded differently from this spell, and the way this spell is worded is actually super important. Because this one is worded in such a way that it's genuinely different than most. It was redirected with harm's way. Okay, this is worded the same. Man, that should be combat damage. That shit should be combat damage. So it doesn't work, but it should. And they're cowards for not letting this shit work, man. Yeah, so that's nothing. That's nothing, unfortunately. Now, myriading a Sphinx Ambassador, that is still something. Also, the YouTube stream is like, hold on, my YouTube studio manager is tweaking. So Irish Webster, if you have given me a deck list, I can't see it yet. Hold on. Oh, you never got the Google form. Okay, yeah. Please post it in Either post it in Discord or let's see. Either post it in Discord or email it to me right now at malltown@gmail.com. I feel like it might work. Oh yeah, Irish. Let me get you the Discord link right now. Thank you, King Cow. I know it's just a random Reddit thread, but I found a link that says the opposite. So from under the floorboard, who told you that it didn't count as combat damage? I need this to work. I need to discredit you. It's very important for my personal enjoyment that I discredit whoever told you that this didn't work. I need to text. Is Veggie live right now? I need to. I'm texting him to see if I can call him. He was a moment ago. Oh no, he might be streaming. Veggie's not live anymore. Nerd Girl took over. Nerd Girl took over. Hold on, we're gonna get Veggie. We're gonna get Veggie. I need this to work. I need this to work. Okay, so my Twitch chat told me about this, which should tell you about the level of integrity this is coming from. And I really need this to work, and one person says it doesn't work, and I need you to discredit them. So it's Sphinx Ambassador, obviously, and then a spell called Captain's Maneuver, which is a Boros spell that says the next... It works? Hey, Floorboard, go fuck yourself. Sorry, what's up? Yeah, it says the next X damage that would be dealt to target creature, player, or planeswalker this turn is dealt to another target creature, player, or planeswalker instead. And so because it's not preventing before the redirecting, we're all hoping desperately we can use it to be like, oh, X equals 1, I deal Sphinx Ambassador damage to 2 players. Okay, chat saying look at Shaman and Core. When you redirect combat damage, it is still combat damage. Oh, well, that's the player we're redirecting it to. Yeah. Yeah, it's... Oh my god, it works. Yes! Mm-hmm. Okay, because we had the counter argument was somebody it's not actually fuck them because they were actually bamboozled because they did it with Harm's Way, which says the next 2 damage that a source of your choice would deal to you is dealt to any target instead, which is worded the same way. Oh, that's so fucking funny. Okay, thank you. That's amazing. All right, have a good one, man. Bye. We gotta clip that. We gotta clip that. I gotta write that down. Hold on. My fucking clip button doesn't work right now. I'm about to ruin Z's day with that interaction. I'm going to ruin Z's day with that interaction. Oh my god. Nobody tell them. Nobody fucking tell them. Can Veggie cite a source in Master Rules? I think the ruling would be the ruling on Shaman Encore. As the person in chat brought up, Shaman Encore is worded the same way. The next the next however many damage that would be dealt to this creature is dealt to something else. And redirecting combat damage is still combat damage. This is the ruling. This is the ruling that we are predicating this interaction upon, because they are worded the same way. It is not, if it was worded prevent that damage and deal that much to something else, then it would not work. But because the original source is combat and the card does not change the source of the damage, oh, that is glorious. Rooms count both sides for mana value anywhere except the board, right? I think so. Again, I just had to call Veggie to check on this. I know very little about... I don't know very much about, like, the rules nuances. When you hit yourself, what are you going to guess? Me, personally, I'm never hitting myself. Because my... Wait, VV Stompy can't run it. Yeah, if I built a deck that was going to do this trick, I would probably... Like, Sphinx Ambassador is probably already my best creature. Quite frankly. Like, if I'm doing this, I would build like a Kaikar deck, and I would build the Kaikar deck to defend myself until I could do this, and like, it would just be better. It would just be better to rob 2 other people. That's so gloriously dumb. That is so gloriously dumb. Jacob, we're looking at this because we were talking about the interaction between Sphinx Ambassador and Captain's Maneuver to get multiple Sphinx Ambassador triggers at once. All right, but now we are going to go... Elveril, God, man, this would be so fun. It's so stupid. If you want to dream big, dream big. It is going to make the deck function worse. I would even kill Coveted Jewel for this. Holy fuck, is that so funny. Holy fuck, is that so funny. Irish, did you make it into the Discord? If you did, where did you post the deck? If you are having trouble with the Discord, post the link in Twitch chat. Oh, in a DM. Okay, perfect. Great. Got it. Batflexion. You can't cast counterspells if you don't have any cards. Oh. I want to help you. All right, chat. All right, targeted strike. Upgrades. I'm not even looking at... Why is this $4,000? Okay. Upgrades. Your commander is 4 mana. It's very important to ramp. You need a lot of mana. Because it's really important to ramp to a really big commander, I think you also probably need this. I think after that, if we're ever going to win a game, we need to have a retirement plan. What do decks do in retirement? They fish. So you're going to run what? Fishing gear. I would recommend cutting Cabal Coffers for this. After that, what is like... We need you to have threats, right? We need like the best... We need like the best black creature you could possibly have. So I think this should probably be your only creature. Actually, you could have 2 creatures. The second creature you could have is like Guildsworn Prowler. And then we're gonna need a lot of card draw. So you're gonna need to have probably the best card draw in the whole game. Risky Shortcut, obviously. I need guys. Yeah. Somebody else got it. Big threat. Hunt. You motherfucker. It's Hunted Horror. And this is gonna make a shell that will get you across the finish line. On top of that, thank you, Dragon Boy. We can run Painful Truths. That's gonna be a 3-mana draw 1. That's a premium rate. And what does every villain need? A dog. That's right. We need Hunted Bone Brute. If we don't have a 3-mana 6/2, we're never going to achieve board parity. Big Lieutenant. We're going to need June, the Bounty Hunter. This is one of the most powerful cards coming out of the Avatar The Last Airbender set. So we need to make sure. Let's look at what the fuck you built, man. Vagrant Tranquility, thank you for the Prime sub. Welcome to the dog home. Let me close all these extra tabs. Okay, so it's bracket 4, 35 lands, fucking Mana Vault, the One Ring, and the Post Malone Stadium Tour. Oh! Okay, so we have Burglar Rat, Doughty Voidwalker, Elder Fang Disciple, Nazumian Format, Orcish Bowmasters, Tiny Bones, Virus Beetle, Abyssal Harvester. Oh, we get card advantage, sure. Then we have Shieldred, Sangromancer. Okay, this actual bitch behavior. You don't need life gain. You don't need life gain. If we are going to be a dickhead, we need our dickheadery to actually kill the table. Like, we need to put them in the fucking ground. We came to be an asshole. We can't get all precious. But I do, because everybody wants me to die. You kill them faster. You're the mono black fast mana player. You don't get a cup. Okay? That's not arrow. Mind Crank is fucked. Stone of Erech is a decent hate piece. Geth's Grimoire is unfortunately gonna work. You also have a 4/4 flying lifelink. Like, genuinely? You know what's better than Sangromancer for this deck? I gained 7 on a swing, bitch. I gained 7 on a swing, and everything you let me draw, I'm free casting one of it. NGL not going with the baddie Sangromancer hard tilts me. You better be a homosexual. I swear to God. Peace and love to you, but we better be a man kisser. If you put this fucking... If you put this... You left this on the bench. You better be kissing men. I will freak the fuck out. I will freak the fuck out. Alright, so we have some tutors. We have Exsanguinate. We have Torment of Hailfire. I don't know if I believe in these X spells unless you have a pretty tight infinite mana combo. Yeah, let's go, gay people! Sable Wave, thank you for the Twitch follow. Waste Not, sure. Change of Mephistopheles is hater shit. Again, cowardly behavior. The only life that matters is the last one. No Mercy's fine. This is coward shit, but at least it will actually handle their creatures. This is just a bad card for... I'm gonna put the goofy hating aside. This is just a genuinely weak card for the level of deck you are trying to play. Yeah, fuck you. I mean, you're right to do it, but fuck you. Yeah, well, Blet's funny. Couldn't think of anything better. I mean, okay, we do have Vampiric Tutor. So let's look at this. This curve's pretty responsible right now. Let's see how it currently plays. We have a land and a soul ring and a cabal ritual. I think we keep this hand. Land soul ring. Turn 2. Holy fuck. Urborg. Urborg 1 ring. Count it, bitch. One counter, draw a card. Turn 3. Soul ring into mana vault. Into Aclazotz. So that's, I only need one more mana. So I'm floating, I have one black, which doesn't really do anything. But I have Aclazotz out. I do that on somebody's end step. For my next trick, we get Wasteland. And see, this is where I'm talking about like coward shit. Because like these two, what we want to do is we want to get to lethal quickly. And the ways we can get to lethal are what? We have Mind Crank, Bloodchief Ascension. We have a card like Fraying Omnipotence and then Wound Reflection or Bloodletter of Aclazotz. Or we have I grind you to death because you have no cards in hand and I'm hitting you with a lifelinker. So like we have our win con in hand. And these two are just trying to buy time. In a dedicated mono black player, you never want to buy time. You want to buy mana, you want to buy cards, or you want to buy little frowny faces on your opposition. So this is still tapped. We don't have the cards in graveyard to do a big Cabal ritual. So we might like... We actually might pay the 4 to untap Mana Vault. Because with an untapped Mana Vault, on our next turn, we can actually go for the win. Then we play this, we like swing. We hand rip everybody, who cares? And now we have what, 5? We have 10 mana. Yeah, and I just try to win. 10 mana, I try to win, fuck yeah. Swap the time bias for tutors for a win con. I would either swap them for tutors or I would swap them for things that buy time in a more impactful way. Because you gaining life might buy you like 1 or 2 extra turns. You removing their win con or you removing the creature that's going to beat you to death buys you many, many more turns. And so if you don't have like... If you don't have like Withering Torment or if you don't have like Snuff Out, I would probably swap some of those things in because Snuff Out buys you... Like those are life gain. That's just life gain ahead of schedule. You could do Praetor's Grasp too. I'm almost considering recommending Stargaze. It's gonna, like, Stargaze would be a very, it's not CEDH meta, but like you got a couple things that care about having a full graveyard. And Stargaze, I mean, hey man, if you don't know what to remove, you just remove them. If you have no clue what to remove, fuck it. We can just go all gas, no brakes. And Stargaze is a phenomenal mana dump to maybe find your combo pieces. Because if you get like fast mana, if you get a hand that's all gas and nothing else, and you get up to like 7 mana, turn 3, turn 4, you can do X equals 5. You get to look at the top 10 and put half of them into your hand. That is a one-sided wheel. It's for a lot of mana, but black is really good at making more mana than they know what to do with. Black is really good at like black maneuvers through life like a rapper that wants to pretend they're richer than they are. They are the white boys with just like laden so heavily with chains you can barely see them anymore. And that's what you need to be on. You need to be a quirked up white boy. And we need a few outlets for your quirkiness. So Stargaze is really good. Are there any other ones that are like both efficient enough and useful enough? Because I don't want to recommend like a 4-mana tutor. At that point, just fall over and die. I don't think Lively Dirge does anything because we don't have to get stuff out of the graveyard. We could do Dark Deal, yeah. I was thinking to remove Torment of Hailfire as well. I would recommend that. This is one of your wannabe wrapper cards, quite frankly. I think Exsanguinate is close to that, but I understand trying to make you cut all the life gain out of this deck will terrify you. But I do think Torment of Hailfire is another card where it's like, if you were investing a lot of tutors into getting Urborg out and getting Cabal Coffers out, then I would believe in it more. I take it Diabolic Revelation is one of those tutors that you should just die. Let me look. Yeah, just die. Just die. Because I don't even think we have Grim Tutor in this deck yet. Yeah, we don't. So right now, Grim Tutor is holding the line on how bad can a tutor be. Yeah, I think we could do Insatiable Avarice. I don't think Beseech the Queen is that good. I know it's the go-to tutor for every color. But I think a lot of our combo pieces are... We don't get lands out that quickly. Like, Beseech the Queen doesn't grab any of the things we need it to grab until we have 5 lands on field. That takes a while. Let's see, this hand, absolutely nothing. We have a tutor and jack shit. So we mulligan. Sure. Turn 1, whatever. Turn 2. Bang, bang, discard a card, I hate you. Turn 3. I think I go Waste Not. Yeah, sure, we can reverse the order. So we Waste Not turn 2, turn 3 we Elder Fang. We get maybe like a card. If we get mana, I'm going to play Chains of Mephistopheles anyway. What do you think of Words of Waste? With Guest Grimoire, it's ridiculously oppressive. I think this is one of those, like, this is crazy oppressive anyway. It's not very good at winning the game, but it is very good at subjecting your friends to unimaginable mental pain, and I think that's the point of this deck. Like, I think this deck is just adult circumcision. And so I think it works no matter what. If anything, I think Guest Grimoire is the card I like less because it is so much mana. It's so much mana for so little without any of our other stuff working yet. But I think you can keep both. Really don't want a Dark Ritual. I'm Exile cycling Exquisite Blood. There we go. Hey, look, now because we don't have fucking Exquisite Blood in our hand, we get to play Magic. Isn't that amazing? I act Lazats. So turn 5, I would go... Words of Waste. I attack, everybody discards, I maybe get something. If I get... Now, I'm going to assume nobody's going to give me a draw trigger. If they do, I can Words of Waste and fuck everybody over. And then if they ever give me more draw triggers, we can just keep paying into Words of Waste and we hand rip everybody. So I'm going to presume they don't do that. Because if they do that, they're stupid and deserve to die. So we go Bloodletter. We only have target opponent. We're still hand ripping. We could get Cabal Coffers. We do probably do that. Then we just keep waiting. This seems, this seems exactly as horrific as bracket 4 should be. I mean, I think the issue is not the issue. A weakness of this deck is all of your methods to win the game are entirely, or most of your good methods for winning the game are entirely disconnected from your commander. Your commander does very little to help you win. Your commander is there to heckle the table as you attempt to assemble Bloodletter of Aclazotz plus one of your lose half your life effects. That's a weakness. It doesn't mean you can't play the deck, but we do have to respect that the deck is going to be weaker than it otherwise would be. Yeah, discard is not strong enough by itself to win a game of Commander, so that will happen. So if you really want it to be a discard deck, it's going to be tough to find a home. Because the lower brackets just don't like it, and in the upper brackets it's not strong enough. If you just like the Bat God, then I think this is about as good as you're gonna get. Because we at least have Batman as doing the combo. Turgid is discard plus potential value. No, it is, but everybody knows to shoot Turgid, and if we go all in on discard, this deck, if I get my commander out and then you shoot him, I'm okay. I don't get to do the funny haha discard thing, but I do get to keep playing Magic. If I make Turgid the commander, and I play Turgid, and then you shoot me, my deck probably doesn't work anymore. So I do think that we're better off with him in the command zone. Than with like Turgid or any other type of discard thing. I guess all that I'm questioning is where do we draw the line, right? Like, where do we draw the line on how important is it for this deck to make you discard for the vibes, and how important is it for me to find the combo win? Because, like, Elderfang Disciple, she does not know this man. She's not peering into any abysses. Certainly not Venom's hole. And so we are going to get into an identity crisis where for this deck, where everything that makes it better makes it less recognizable as a discard deck. And the best commander for discard is going to be Grixis Kefka. And even that, you're not doing true discard. You're doing like Kefka with trigger doublers or with multiple combats or with clones or something like that. But then the other colors you get make discard much more viable as a strategy. So I would say if you wanted a discard deck that's going to feel like a discard deck, I would try some type of fuckery with Grixis Kefka. And I'm not saying this to say you need to switch off. I'm saying this to inform why I don't have a lot of upgrades for this deck, because every way we upgrade it is going to make it unrecognizable as a discard deck. Like immediate upgrade, turn Burglar Rat into Grim Tutor. Instant upgrade. Immediate upgrade, turn Elderfang Disciple into Insatiable Avarice. Immediate upgrade, turn Nezumi Informant into Worn fucking Power Stone. Do change everything into Snow Swamps and do Extra Planar Lens. There's a million things we can do to get you the mana faster, to get you the cards faster, to get to your win con faster. But right now the deck is already full of discard stuff and has this combo stuff in it. Anything we do, it's like nobody flame me. I have a goddamn ergonomic mouse. I can't do it like pirate software. Let me work. Anyway, this is the deck right now. So all the little ETB guys are in there because people target the shit out of me. So the ETB, everybody discards, then I chump block to survive, LOL. Right, but if they weren't a discard ETB creature and were instead card draw or a mana rock or something, you would get to the win so much faster that it wouldn't matter. And I'm not saying you can't do that. I think you've done a good job of doing it right now, but I'm saying improving it is impossible because every step we make towards improvement draws it away from what it's meant to be. Because right now our method of winning is so disconnected from our method of the gimmick that we want to do. That I just don't think there exists many, if any, cards that have an overlap between I'm gonna make you discard and it's going to drive me towards this game win. So I like it. It's cute. There's some generic stuff like Stargaze for sure. Stargaze for sure. But everything else, it's like, yeah, I kind of understand why we have to play the life gain. Like, we have to play the life gain because all the stuff that should be turboing out our combo is a 2-mana chump blocker. And all the stuff that should be tutoring our combo pieces is a different 2-mana chump blocker that makes everybody hate us. And so anything we do to make that part better is going to make Aclazotz worse. And anything we do to make Aclazotz better is going to make your ability to win a game much worse, which is a weakness you already accurately identified in the primer. So I'm considering if there is a way out of this arms race. Conrad, I think Painful Quandary, that's the type of deck that, or that's the type of card you put in to make the deck more discard focused, and then you just get the shit beaten out of you. I took it out because it's 5 mana and someone always removes it. Yeah, like it's too expensive to keep up with what the table is doing. I'm trying to. I think the best we can do. I think the best we can do is some of this life gain should go for more card draw. We're slowing ourselves down too much, and it's better to be a good villain that gets cooked than to be a shitty villain that's there for 6 seasons without ever doing anything cool. That would be my advice to you narratively. The way that is going to present in the cards you put in is to just get Stargaze, get Insatiable Avarice, get you could even do like fucking world map. You could play goddamn world map to get Cabal coffers. Stargaze seriously needs to go in. What other good card draw would you suggest? Let's look at the tagger for this, because I do think we got to we do want to look at Impulse. I think Ripples of Undeath is too slow and is going to scare the hose. I could make you play a draft common. We don't have enough creatures for this. Plunge into Darkness. What an interesting card. Yeah, I think Requiem Monolith is not going to be the best for you. It's new Phyrexian Arena, but I think we can do a lot better than Phyrexian Arena. We're not doing a lot of stuff at instant speed, which is going to be another difficulty. Wow, Black is bad at this. Is Aklazot's a demon? No, he's a back god. I think Greed's too slow. Paying 4 mana for an engine that we can start paying into the next turn is not the best. We also don't want Phyrexian Reclamation because we don't want to be like we need to be accelerating ourselves more than we need to be reusing the bad discard cards. That's true, Lime, but I don't think we're gonna have a lot of permanents that we can give up to Pitiless Carnage, because what's gonna happen is we're gonna play them and then we're gonna chump block them. We talked about this. We have Peer into the Abyss. Disciple of Bolas probably won't do it. We're not gonna get the types necessary for this. I think we recommended Buster Sword already. I'm trying to figure out if Tome of Legends is playable. We don't want Gix because we're never going to be swinging. Like, Gix, our swings are never fucking getting through. Okay, so if we want to play into what your deck already has, we can do Damnable Pact, because this is going to be a mana dump, and then if you have Sheoldred, this could be a kill spell, or it could gain you a bunch of life. I do not think Gix gets aggro off of us. I do not think that's true. I do think Varagoth can come in as a good tutor. This is probably too slow. You could do Stinging Study. Instant speed, 5 mana, draw 5. That is a good rate for you. If we were going to replace Phyrexian Arena, I would recommend Unholy Annex over Requiem Monolith, because it will not only give us card draw, it is also a mana dump to get a chump blocker, and then this gets you a little bit of life back. Not a ton, but it gets you a little bit, and it might matter, and you will have a demon to throw in front of the oncoming train. So I'd say Unholy Annex, Stinging Study, Damnable Pact are my 3 biggest recommendations outside of other tutors. But for pyramid placement, I think you're caught in the middle. I think you're caught in the middle. We had a plan to be the table's boogeyman, and then it didn't come together because everybody else figured out what good magic cards were, and now we've been bullied into being a combo player. But I think you're walking the line as well as you can. God, seeing fucking $49 increase card to card. It's like draft chaff, CDH staple, draft chaff, CDH staple, draft chaff, CDH staple. It is like it is like vasectomy, reverse vasectomy, nonstop, man. You're Michael Scotting the fuck out of us. Oh, okay, man. All right. All right. But Irish, that's going to be it for you. I hope you enjoyed, or this was at least helpful. Thank you very much for submitting. This is going to be where we end it for today. We will be live again tomorrow playing some XCOM. We're going to raid out with the Bald Kai message. Let's see which of our friends are live. Nerd Girl is live. We will hit Nerd Girl. Everybody be nice. I'll see you all tomorrow. Thank you for being here. I appreciate your generosity. Hope you enjoyed the show, and please remember to stay toxic. We're going to be publishing a YouTube video in like 20 minutes. Go watch that, please. YouTube, that is just it for